Hello everybody, welcome into my latest live video. It's Friday, and every Friday at exactly this time right now, which is 1 o'clock Pacific time, I always have a brand new live video. Hello and thank you to our good friend Peter Laycock, who just contributed 10 pounds in Super Chat and says good evening, Carey and Marlena and everyone in the chat room. All the best from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh is 59 degrees Fahrenheit, which is also 15 degrees Celsius. And Peter, or Buster as we call him, also sent in a PayPal contribution. Thank you for your continued generosity. He's just a very, very generous man. And a thank you and a welcome to a new member, and that is Gregory McGinn, who became a new supporter here. As a reminder, you can hit the like and the subscribe. I was talking with someone the other day. I said, how come if you liked that video, you didn't like it? And they said, because I forget. Okay, here's your reminder. And if you haven't subscribed, you can do that too. Just click on the subscribe button and then turn on the notifications with the bell icon there and select how you want to be notified. Now, of course, you don't need notifications if you're just going to join me on Friday's show. And for members, we do a show every Monday at 1 o'clock for members only. That's 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, just like today. Only on Monday, it's reserved for members only. Those videos will never become public. They are just there for members. And all the previous members only videos remain there for members as well. So, centered? I guess I'm centered. Looking at my OBS settings here. Let's hope things will go smoother today with my internet connection. And, you know, last week we had some sound issues. Let's hope for a good broadcast today. I had a different build I really wanted to do today. I have 3 builds that I'm doing, 3 PC builds. And the parts I need a micro ATX motherboard. I ordered it back on Monday, still hasn't arrived. So on Wednesday, I ordered another one using Prime shipping, and that's due to arrive today before 10 p.m. So anytime between now and 10 p.m., well, the show has to go on. So I had to leave the video description a little vague. I knew one way or the other I was going to be using a Core i5-13500. And depending on, you know, giving Amazon time to deliver to see what would show up. Well, it hasn't shown up yet. So I'm going to do the build I was going to do next week today. And so that features this very unusual motherboard. It's the ASRock LiveMixer Z790. Now, there's no Amazon link to this because as far as I can tell, Amazon doesn't sell it. When I bought this motherboard, it was $260 from Newegg. And then the next, you know, I went to bed. I ordered it at night. I went to bed. I wake up. I want to check the status of my motherboard order. And I noticed the board is now $199. Kidding me. And the processor, earlier when I had ordered one of these processors, it was $247. Then when I checked the status of my order a few hours later, it was $209. Right now, Newegg sells the same processor for $247. Well, Amazon has it for $209. On the other hand, Newegg has this board at $199, and Amazon doesn't seem to have it at all. So I put a link in the video description below for the motherboard to go to Newegg, even though I don't make any commission from that. I'm doing it for you because I want you guys to save money if you're interested. This is a very different look. And this is going to go to Andrew. If you recall, about a year or so ago, maybe a year and a half, Andrew is a DJ, and he was showing us his DJ setup. He like goes to bars and places where he DJs music. And he wants a computer that he can use to do sound mixing. So he's not recording a live band or anything like that. He's just going to do his own sound mixing. And I thought, you know, I've got so many parts laying around, I'll slap something together for you. And I thought I'd have it done in a day or two and give it to him. But then that led to a week, and then a month, and then 2 months, because I keep running into obstacles to configure the build with the parts I have, trying to force what I have to fit what he needs. But it's causing me a lot of labor, a lot of time investment. And I thought, you know what? This board just happened to hit my radar. This chip just happened to cross my radar. This RAM just happened to cross my radar. This is the TEAMGROUP DDR5 RAM. And I wanted to use one of the Zhang or whatever it's pronounced, 2 terabyte Gen 4 M.2 NVMe drives because they're only $84 for a 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive. But guess what? That's arriving with the motherboard sometime today before 10 p.m. So I don't have it in time to even do this build the way I intended. But I do have this SK hynix. I've never used, I think I've used an SK hynix drive once before. This is supposed to be one of the best, if not the best performing Gen 4 M.2 drives, at least according to Gordon Ung over at PC World Magazine. So I bought one. It's been sitting on the shelf, and it's the last Gen 4 drive I have that's not 4 terabytes. So those, I'm hoping those Jing or whatever they're called drives, I hope they're good because I could foresee using those in lower end, more cost budgety builds. And this motherboard, just like the other ASRock, it has 2 EPS power connectors next to the CPU. And I suspect we only need one. Most power supplies only give you one with no option of adding a second one. So I had to look through my stack of power supplies to see if I had any more of the Silverstone 750s because I wasn't using them. And it turns out this power supply isn't made anymore, but I found one similar to it at Amazon. But I can't tell if it's got the 2 EPS power connectors. I'm not even certain we even need both EPS power connectors unless we're overclocking it, but I'd rather have them and not need them. You know what I mean? Like I don't want the customer calling me having a problem that turns out to be the system's getting starved for power. So now I wish I had some more of these Silverstone ET750s. It's not modular. Also, the case this is going to go in is an NZXT case that I've ordered from Amazon. And you'll see there's going to be a purple theme going on here. It's a purple motherboard. It'll be a black case, and we'll set the RGB lighting on it to purple. And Andrew has no idea I'm doing this. I mean, unless he's watching this video, he has no clue this is coming. I think he's going to love it. So in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and use the SK hynix drive with my intention to replace it with the Jianjing or whatever it's called when I get that, which will be probably minutes after this video airs, unless there's a couple of things that might happen today. One, we might hear the doorbell because packages are arriving. And two, we might hear the landscapers. I was hoping they were going to be here earlier. They said they were coming today, but I don't know where they are. So you've been warned. So it's going to be a little bit of some interruption likely. But if we're lucky, we can get the whole thing done without interruption. It's live. We'll see what happens. Colin Hunt contributes £5 in Super Chat. Cheers, Colin. Thank you. Ron says, I have a new ET650 sitting here if you need it. I really want the 750. That one is, because if they want to add a graphics card to this, I want them to have the wattage available. So I appreciate that, but it's going to be a little underpowered for the addition of a graphics card, which I'm not adding a graphics card to this. It's for a DJ sound mixing. There's no reason he would need that. It would just be heavier for him to carry it around. It would require more power. But he still might want to add one and use the computer for more than just mixing, right? He might want to turn it into a gaming computer because it's so powerful. There's no reason the computer can't do both, but I'm not giving it to him that way. All right, just so we're clear. Mike Visions contributes £2. He says, hello, Carey, and all in chat. Hey, thank you, Mike. Richard Collins says hello. And Bob R says hello. Stealth Mode says hello. I see Rick Lakes and Kevin Doan and Andy Ray. Sue Cool 98, Lawrence and Positive Gene. I see Chris Garrett and Matthew Burden and Mats Olof watching us in Sweden. Chris Johnson and Russell Stewart and Garfield Rupe and John Inglis and Scott says hello. Eugene Hidalgo says hello from New Jersey. Darren Gilholm and Essential Working Too Hard saying hello. Zach Bischoff joins us. Bike Man joins us. Gil Garcia and Thomas MacT and Josh Kinder all in the chat saying hello. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Bobby Richards joins us. Keith Landers, Young Tae, William Dawson, Wintermute, Sarge Tech, Avery Ramstorff and Dwayne Blackwelder. John Lewis in construction. Not in construction, and somebody named construction. Eric Lopez. There's Maralina DG in the chat. Gary Tatum. Oh, I heard a cackle. I hear another cackle. Oh, and guess what? There's motion outside. So this could be the landscaper. I don't know. Nicholas Barlow says hello. Alan Young says hello. Martin Jackson says hello. As does Dennis Mitz, Tim Francis, Patrick Rousseau, PM Crisp, Libran Thesis, Stoneman 2000, Richard Nyrad, Ahmed, Green Dragon, and David Tracy, Andy Windwidge, Captain Blinsky. Whew, a lot of people in there. Thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I'm going to go over some of the parts with you first before we do any unboxing. And to do that, I'm going to share my screen, which I forgot to set up here before the show. So let me switch this over to that. And let's start with the CPU. It's on. There it is. Okay, so you'll see that the Core i5-13500, it's a really decent processor. It's got 14 cores, 6 performance cores, 8 efficiency cores with 20 threads. And it'll turbo up to 4.8 gigahertz. Now, when you compare that to what everybody's talking about, 13600K, you'll notice the 13600K is $100 more, exactly $100 more. It has the same 14 cores, 6 performance and 8 efficiency cores, but it will crank up to 5.1 gigahertz instead of 4.8. And there's no heat sink and fanning. This is just a chip. You have to provide your own cooling. So I would use a Scythe Mugen 5 that adds $60 to this price. And for what? For 300 more megahertz? That's no thank you. I think I'll stick with the 13500. 13500 also runs cooler. Won't get as hot. And it's fast. It's really fast. But check this out. If we go over to Newegg, let me go over here to Newegg. And let's see how much 13500 is. $247. Remember when I told you I paid $247 for it? It's actually $248. We're 2 cents shy of $248. Well, that was the same price at Amazon. But Amazon has reduced it, exactly the same. The only difference is the price. That is the lowest price it's been in 30 days. If you use my link to purchase anything at Amazon, I make a small commission. I don't know who you are or where you are. I can only tell what was sold and what day it was sold so that I know how much Amazon owes me in commissions. So it's a nice anonymous way for you to support the channel. We're going to go back to this TEAMGROUP RAM. I'm really enjoying it. And price even went down a couple of bucks. I think I paid $92.99. Now it's $90.99. This is 6,000 megahertz. It's got the heat spreaders on it. It's 32 gigs, 16 gigs each. It's a good price. Then we've got, this is the fanxiang. What is it? Is that an R? Rangiana? I'm not sure how to say it, but look at this. 2 terabytes, Gen 4, up to 7,300 megabytes per second on the reads, which is what a Western Digital 4 terabyte Gen 4 drive will do for $375. They're doing it for $89.99. There's a coupon to apply $6 off. Yes, please. That sounds too good to be true. That's a really, really, really good price. I mean, at this point, there's no excuse not to have at least a 2 terabyte drive. Keep your data backed up, and then, you know, if it turns out that it's not reliable, just get warranty replacement and restore your backup. But that didn't arrive yet. It's supposed to arrive sometime today. So instead, since I have this drive, this is what I'm going to use, the SK Hynix Platinum P41. Look, speed only says up to 7,000. The other one set up to 7,300. This is supposed to be one of the fastest drives because of the included DRAM and it's got a 5-year warranty on it. So we'll use that today. The motherboard, I want to talk about this motherboard. This is the LiveMixer, and it's a pretty unique looking board, and I think it's going to be really ideal for our DJ friend because it just looks cool. It's got the, I mean, it does look like a pigeon visited, but it's really kind of cool. I wouldn't put this in an office. It's not really professional, unless that office was like a music production house. Look at all the I/O this board has. It's insane. We've got an HDMI port, a display port, 2 USBs here, 2 more USBs here, 4 more USBs here, 4 more USBs here, 2 more USBs here, Ethernet, and then we've got a microphone input, speaker output, it appears, and an SPDIF. How many is that? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 ports on the back of the I/O. That's crazy amount of connectivity. And that's the appeal of this board. And of course, it looks very different. Look, they've even graffitied the back of it that no one will ever see. Now, I've never used this board, but since I had such good luck with the other ASRock board from the Gen 5 SSD test, I'm very, very happy with that board. So since this is in the same family, I'm expecting more of the same. This will work with a 13th gen or a 12th gen Intel core processor. It does require DDR5. The sound chip is a Realtek ALC. What does it say? 950, 897. It's a 7.1 channel. We've got 4 SATA 3 ports. We've got the one blazing M.2, which is a Gen 5. I'm not going to put a Gen 5 drive in it yet. When those TEAMGROUP Gen 5 drives comes out that they're going to do 14,000 megabytes per second, they're showing them off at Computex right now. So it's a real thing. Once they go into production, I'll get one as soon as I can and we can test it out because 14,000, that's a big, big number. USB 3.2, Gen 2x2, front type. There's a front type C port that you can use if your case supports it. Look at all the USB. And it's a Dragon 2.5 gig LAN. I don't know who makes Dragon. I've never heard of that before. And then if we go over here to the power supply, this is pretty close to what we're using, or at least what Silverstone is offering today. I've had this power supply sitting around here for a couple of years now and just haven't had any use for it. And now that I have use for it, now I wish I had more of them, but I think this is the equivalent. I just can't tell if it's got 2 EPS power connectors. They don't show it. And nobody in the reviews is mentioning that. And then finally for the case, this is the NZXT H7 Flow. Now, ordering this from Amazon with free shipping, see the estimated date of delivery here? It's about 4 weeks out. But you see how that's all purple? I'm thinking of doing that with this motherboard that's purple. And I think it's going to make a really nice system for our DJ. What do you think? So you see the theme. You see what I'm trying to achieve here, right? We got a mix of I/O. We've got a music theme, and we don't need to go with a super high-end, expensive processor that's going to require expensive or an all-in-one cooler. We can use our stock cooler because, as it's been proven, when we ran this Intel 13500 i5 on Prime 95 for over 20 minutes using the stock cooler, no problem, not even close to having a problem. Nor did it ever really get loud. And Intel's done a great design improvement on these coolers, in my opinion. They look fantastic. They don't look like the OEM, the cheapest chips kind of. I guess I'm picking up British expressions now. It doesn't look like it's just a functional piece. It also looks good too. A lot of OEM included CPU fans, at least from Intel, have a very purposeful appearance. They don't appear very pretty, with a few exceptions. I'm glad to see Intel's moving in that direction, and And that cooler and fan, they're included, for the heatsink and fan, are included with the chip, and the thermal compound is already applied, so we don't have to buy any thermal compound. We don't have to buy a third-party cooler. And this thing is fast, fast, fast. So that's going to be today's build. What do you guys think? Dragonland is real tech, says Terrell Cochran. Well, thank you, Terrell. I had no idea if Dragon was its own company or if it was a branding. And so apparently it's a real tech branding, because Intel bought Killer. Killer used to be its own network company, specifically for making network cards that were optimized for gaming. And then Intel bought them. So now if you see a Killer network interface card, that is owned by Intel now. I think I'm remembering all this correctly. Do I need a close-up camera? I think I'm going to need a close-up camera. Was there nobody at the door? So that just the wind blew and triggered the cameras. I also need to turn my AC down. I am getting hot. So bear with me here for a second. Let me get this AC down. Camera girl's going to hate me. She's go free. Ah, I just heard it kick on. Are you ready? Yeah. All right, we're going to go to the close-up camera. Come on over. All right. Luke Greenia says, I'm hiding here in the weeds. I'm not feeling well, so I'll be lurking. Sorry you're not feeling well. Hopefully I can distract you for a little while here. Frank Jimmy wants to know, with this motherboard, do you have to supply your own M.2 mini Wi-Fi card and antennas for the rear I/O, or is it included in the box? Let's take a look and find out. So here's our RAM and solid-state drive we're going to be using, and we'll set those aside. Here's the power supply that apparently they don't sell anymore, but it'll have the connectors we need. And I'm going to just get this out of the way since it's so big. We'll come back to that here in a little bit. Now, this is my first time opening this. I have no idea how it's packed or what's included in the box. So we're going to learn this together. Will one fan be enough? Yes. Yes, it will. Okay, so ASRock likes to put a box in a box, and they ship that in a box. Well, this is packed very similarly to the other ASRock build we just did for the Gen 5 test. There's our board. Looks exactly as the picture. And then if you come back over here, underneath this cardboard, there should be all of our, oh, there's another box in the box in the box. Documentation. You know what? I don't want that box in there anyway. We've got documentation and a Go Faster sticker and some Velcro zip ties is a nice touch. We've got a bunch of M.2 screws. Now, I like to put these into the motherboard where they belong, even for the M.2 slots we're not using. And it looks like we've got 5 of these little tiny screws here. So we will attach all of those to the motherboard so they don't get lost, and then SATA cables. So there is no Wi-Fi on the board. You can add internal laptop style M.2 Wi-Fi, but I wouldn't, because the wires are so thin and finicky. I just think it's a hassle. What I would do instead is I would put a PCIe Wi-Fi card in, such as the FenV Wi-Fi card I talked about the other day. That's also in the link in the video description. It'll say, you know, it's my Amazon store. And if you look in my Amazon store, that FenV card adds Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. But yes, if you wanted to, you know, looking here on the board, let's get something I can point with. Okay. So here's our M.2 here. That's 2280 in length. Then we have two more M.2s, one on each side underneath this heatsink. You see this giant heatsink right here? See how this heatsink is so much thicker? You probably can't tell from that angle. But if you bring that camera down and straighten the camera, make the camera more up and down. No, face the camera like you're straight up. Just like that. Take a look at how thick that heatsink is. So that's for a Gen 5 because they do get hot. But that's all you need. You don't have to do anything additional as far as that goes. And we're not going to use a Gen 5 in here, but we'll probably put a Gen 4 in here. And is there even M.2 Wi-Fi on this? Yeah, right here. That's our M.2 Wi-Fi. So if we wanted to put a laptop Wi-Fi adapter in there, like an AX210 or something like that, you could. And then does the I/O shield have holes for antennas? It does. So those holes, you'd have to open this up and then you'd have to run the wires somehow from here to there. It's just messy looking. You could also just put a USB Wi-Fi adapter on the back, but I would go with the FinV because it's cheap and it's super easy. This board does not include Wi-Fi. If I go over to Amazon real quick, let me go back to my Amazon page here. Let's go to sure and type in NV6E. That's the card. Oh, it's even cheaper. $40.99. That's the card I recommend. That's going to be Wi-Fi 6E, and it's all Intel chips, so you can get the drivers right from the Intel Driver Assistant for free. You don't have to use drivers from FinV. It's all Intel based, and there's additional little cable that plugs in and into the USB port of your motherboard, and that's what enables the Bluetooth. They don't show that cable, but it's a little cable that comes out the back of the card and plugs directly onto the motherboard. And that's what I would use if I were going to add Wi-Fi to this. In fact, I might be adding Wi-Fi to this because I think he's going to need it. I just didn't think about that till just now. So let me get this. Let me get the zip. This motherboard is zip tied into this foam holder for some reason. Yeah, RAM prices and solid state prices are really low right now. It's a good time to upgrade your system. Never seen prices this good. Is it going to last? I have no idea. Did I forget one? Yes, I forgot one. Look at that. So I can peel this, the I/O shield here, get that peeled off. Sometimes they may have plastic over any of these painted surfaces, but everything else, I don't see any plastic on it. So for our 5 little screws, see how tiny those screws are? I'm going to go ahead and remove them and just start them, except for the last one, because I'll use the last one when I install the M.2 drive in it. And I also want to pull up the chat room just so I can see what's going on. Good. Okay. So, why they have to put each screw in its own little bag seems quite wasteful. so easily lost. If I keep it in the motherboard where it belongs, even though we don't need it today, the owner of the computer might need it in the future, and they likely won't find the box. And they're difficult screws to find, to be honest. It's not like you're just going to run over to Walmart or the hardware store. You can find them on Amazon, but they make multiple different lengths of M.2 and widths. So you want the one that's designed for your motherboard. So we're not going to use this M.2 slot today. And we're not adding the Wi-Fi M.2, but I'll put the screw in there. Once again, so we know where it is. If and when we should ever need it, won't hurt anything. We'll take this heatsink off because we're not going to be using either of these M.2s under here. So we'll put those screws in place. Now this should have some thermal tape underneath. It does. And we'll leave that protected. And then of course, we've got an M.2 slot here and here. So we need to put a screw here and here. So I need 2 more of these. And then that's going to leave us with one left. That's going to go up here. And that's where we're going to install our M.2 for today. So, do you think this motherboard is ugly? Or do you think this motherboard is really attractive?
It's awesome.
I wasn't asking. I'm kind of curious what the audience thinks. So, I know you like it.
Yeah.
I already know that.
Fluffy.
Fluffy?
Fluffy. Yeah.
That's a word.
Fun to look at.
Fun to look at.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess you're fluffy. Do they do a matching case? I don't think ASRock makes cases, do they? Yeah. That would be so specific, and so many people would find it ugly. I don't know how many they'd sell to make it worthwhile. Down there. Gary says it looks like a die pack explosion. Yeah. The good news is you don't have to rob a bank to pay for this board. I mean, $200 for this board is a great price. That's a $60 savings, and $209 for the CPU we're using is a $40 savings. So that's $100 in savings. Last time I did the math, it worked out to $100. So with that out of the way, I guess I can go ahead and put the M.2 drive in first. So we'll go ahead and start here. And it looks like it's keeping these screws captive, so we don't worry about them falling out and losing them, I think. Yeah. So then we'll peel that tape off. We're going to use this one or this one. This one or this one. I forgot what the difference was. I know it says it in the manual. It's got us defaulting to go to this slot. If we want to use, you can't use both. You use one or the other. One's going to be a Gen 5. Oh, it says right here, PCIe Gen 5x4 right here, which is going to take some bandwidth out of that slot right there, I bet. Or we can go the other way around and go this way. And that should put us at Gen 4. What should I do? I'm not intending to keep this drive in there. So I think for now, just for the sake of moving the video along, we will do that. You see this connector right here? Apparently you can buy a cable, and this will feed out to a monitor that you could have on the inside of your case. So your glass panel is basically a monitor. It gets fed from this cable, but they showed it off at CES back in January, and they said that the cable would be included, but they obviously didn't include it, and I don't know what kind of monitor you have to use. But that's what that's for, right there. Can you imagine having like a secondary monitor that's displaying your temps, your frames per second, you know, all your resource usage? I mean, I could see some use in that. Or heck, if I was a mobile DJ, I wouldn't need to bring a monitor. I could just just move the computer case with the screen built in. So I need to look more into that and figure out what the status of that project is, if they're still doing that. Is it good to get 4 times RAM, or is 2x always better? 2x is always better. You have 4 RAM modules, then you have 4 RAM modules that can fail. So you've doubled your chances of experiencing a failure. Also, 4 RAM modules draws more power, twice as much power, and delivers twice as much heat. And if you wanted to upgrade, you would have to remove at least 2 of the modules. So your upgrade path, I literally cut the tape on this. Oh, maybe it's inside. It looks like it's supposed to sit in here. I'm nervous now. Is it not? Doesn't that look like there should be a drive right there? There's nothing in it. Nick Caffrey with a €10 contribution. Thank you, Nick. Come on, Carey. Oh, phew, it's in there. And look, it's purple.
Yay.
Of course, we're going to cover it anyway. No one will ever know.
Well, matters. Matches.
Look at that.
Cool. Yeah.
Even the text faces the correct direction.
Fun.
Why is this not sitting properly? Doesn't feel right. I'm going to have to turn this around. Get a better look at what's going on here. That screw doesn't want to go down any further. It's strange. It's okay. I'm not accustomed to something fitting that, for the M.2 drives to fit that loosely. They're okay. It doesn't have to be but it doesn't have to be locked in where it doesn't budge. But normally that is how they seat. Let me go to camera 1 here real quick. Go ahead and step out. And I think the UPS driver's out front. Okay, so let's see if I can just take a look at this a little better with my glasses on. Make sure that that's seated all the way down. I mean, the screw fits really good. Just has a little play. Very strange. Very strange, but it's fine. You just don't want it loose. Garfield wants to know how I think it would look with a purple case and a purple keyboard and mouse. Well, I think Prince would approve. Richard Cullen wants to know where's my purple screwdriver, right? So now I can peel off the protective covering on this tape. And the blazing M.2, I think it goes faces this way. Yeah, that looks right to me. There we go. These can be a little difficult to find the mounting holes for the screws because there's no, it doesn't really lock in. The screws have to align it. There we go. Perfect. Very good. And that used all 5 of our little M.2 screws up. And then we've got the documentation for the solid state drive that'll go in the box. And there's some other terms and conditions paperwork in there. That's it for that. Okay, moving right along. Let's see, what did UPS bring me? What did UPS deliver today? Oh, it's another mini PC. So I've got I saw this mini PC over at Newegg and it was on sale. And these mini PCs are getting so small, it's getting to be stupid. So this is what just arrived. It's called a LarkBox Pro. And we're not going to do this today, but I want to show you. I'll do this next week. But this is so tiny. This is an entire computer with Windows 11 on it. Can you believe that? Let me bring it up to the camera. Windows 11 Pro. So to give you an idea of just how small this is, right back here is a toy from the 1980s you might be familiar with. This is the whole computer. It's nearly, the Rubik's Cube is a little bit bigger. That is an entire 4-core computer. So yeah, it's any smaller than this, and the cables are going to be too big. It's getting ridiculous. So I saw that, and I said, you know, as small as I've seen these things, this is now almost getting to the point of being funny. So I will have a review of this coming up, and I think you can even put a 2242 size SSD in here. I think it has eMMC memory, which is really, really slow. And obviously the RAM is soldered on. You can't upgrade the RAM. And I found this at Newegg. It was not at Amazon at all. And it's called a Chewy LarkBox Pro mini PC. And apparently they sell a version of it with Linux. So I guess you could put Linux on it if you wanted to. And we'll look at this later in the week, but that's why my phone was beeping, is that just got delivered, and that will go in my staging area for next week's videos. It's live. I didn't know that was going to show up today. Libran says that can't be a computer, more like a wedding ring box. You know, that's it's way cheaper than a wedding ring box. Anyway, it's just getting ridiculous. So I can't wait to see it. Now, what do I want to do next here? CPU, I guess. Where'd my close-up camera go? You'll see I'm opening up everything, breaking the tape on everything. So if you're curious how often I get parts that are bad right out of the box or dead on arrival, DOA, it's live. And I can do this with confidence because it's very rare that we ever get done on arrival parts. It's always possible. Thomas Backen still wants to know, how much was that Lark box? I think it was $129. I can take a look here over at Newegg. Lark Box Pro. Yeah. Go to note capture. That's it right there. $129.99. And there's a $5 gift card they'll send you. I don't know how I'm supposed. I didn't get any gift card. Better take another look before I throw the envelope out and see if there's another piece of paper in there. It says $5 promotional gift card with purchase. I don't know how you get that though. It says email delivery. Your promotional gift card will be emailed 4 days after your invoice. Then you have 1 year to use it. Okay, well, I'll probably be buying more from Newegg. I primarily buy from Amazon. And again, this is not available at Amazon, best I could tell. So there you go. There you go. Hey, camera girl, I could use some more close-ups. We'll take the CPU out of the box here. Oh, you know what? I don't think I told you about it. Yeah, I think I told you I ordered it. I thought, I don't want to order this, but I ordered it. It's just too stupid not to. Okay, close-up camera, come on over. So here's the box for our heatsink and CPU. And the way this is going to swing up, so we pull this plug, pull this tab here, and then we should be able to just lift up on this. Nothing else is holding us in. I think it's just caught underneath. There we go. Yeah, the new stock Intel coolers, they look halfway decent. Got thermal compound already applied, so just try and keep that free from any fingerprints or other dirt. There's our CPU. And there's usually one corner where the plastic is cut so you can get a thumb underneath that, put open. And then here on the motherboard, we take this lever, push it down and away, and this is going to lift up from the opposite direction you're used to, like the hood on a Corvette, or at least where they used to be. And oh, this CPU is kind of heavy. We're going, you see there's two notches. You look very closely at the top and bottom, there's these little half moon shapes. And that socket right down here also has these little nubs that stick out. So we know we have a long end and a short end. So that reduces our opportunity of getting it wrong by half, because it won't fit that way. I know that the writing, see all the writing on the chip? that writing should be in the same orientation as this writing on the motherboard. All of this writing faces, like if I turn it now, the writing faces you, right? It says LiveMixer. You can read. Well, that way is going to keep the writing in the same orientation. And to put this in, because there's 1,700 delicate little pins underneath here, what I'll do is I always hold the chip. I hold all electronics by their edges. Keep your fingers off the top. Keep your fingers off the bottom.
Suction cup.
You can use a suction cup, but what I prefer to do is I'm going to take the edge and I'm going to put that edge against the edge of the socket without pressing it down. And then I'm going to gently lower it until my fingers are in the way, and I'm going to let it go and let it fall the rest of the way. And then I'm going to grab the edges of the heat spreader and just see if the chip moves at all. Right now, that chip is hovering over the pins. So if you put any downward pressure on it, you could, if you put downward pressure and move the chip, you could and likely will bend those delicate pins. So be gentle on how you do that. Let gravity be the only downward pressure on that chip until we're ready to close this. So we take this cover off. We've got to keep this cover because if we ever have to send the motherboard back for warranty, they want you to take everything off the board, including the M.2 screws. Because anything you leave on this board, you may not get back. They don't promise you're going to get anything back other than a board. So if you need to send a board to any manufacturer, you take your CPU out, you take out your RAM, you take out your storage drives, and I would take out the screws to the storage drives because some manufacturers, like Asus and ASRock, will not send them back to you. Now we can lower the lid. Now what this lid does, you see these two little tabs right here? They're going to push down. See how the heatsink has these edges, these wings? It's going to push down on those wings. And this lever, do you see how it's got a little loop right here? That's going to hit on the little fork end of this lid. And it's going to put a lot of pressure to evenly push the CPU down on top of the pins. Then we lock it in place. And there's a lot of resistance. You got to, this is going to be stiff getting that down there. But that's all there is to installing it. It's very simple, but those pins are very delicate. So if we were to send this back for an RMA, we want to take that out, but then the pins are exposed and are very easily damaged. So you must put this back on to protect the pins, or every motherboard manufacturer will void your warranty. You'll say, no, warranty's void now because you shipped with pins unprotected. Okay, so then we have our cooler. So the cooler is super easy to put on. Want to take the power cable, which they've routed around here for packaging purposes, and just untangle that cable, get it all the way untangled. And we know that this power cable is going to plug in over here somewhere. So I don't want the cable to wrap around the fan. So when it comes to putting the fan on, I want power cable as close as I can get it to where it's going to plug in. So that means it's going to go on like this. I simply line up these little plastic towers with the holes in the motherboard surrounding the CPU. And just pick a corner and push straight down on the tower, and then do the opposite corner. And, I had the same problem before where either these towers aren't shipping in a locked position or I'm doing something wrong here. There it goes. Just needed to put more muscle into it. Always do opposite corners. If you're not sure which way is unlock, the way this works, if you ever wanted to take this off, is you would want to lift up on the tower that you just pushed down, right? But it's locked. So you turn it Which way do you turn it? I think you turn it counterclockwise. You rotate it. You might need to get a tool in there, like a flat edge screwdriver. And then that unlocks it so you can pull it up. But you need to turn it back clockwise again until it stops if you want it to lock again the next time you push it down. And then this is our CPU power, and that's going to go right there, I think. Is that where CPU power goes? Yeah, it says CPU fan 1, right where my fingertip. Right there, CPU fan 1. And of course, all that's detailed in your motherboard manual. Now I'm going to open up all the RAM sockets, and I'll get a zip tie and we'll tie this up and out of the way before we mount this in the case. But I don't have the case, and I won't get the case for a few weeks, so I'm not going to worry about that for right now. Now, if you look closely on the motherboard, and again, this is also in your motherboard manual, it's going to tell you which of these RAM sockets to use first. So if you look right here with the camera, it is, something's in our way. It's right there. See if we can get the camera in there. It shows a little line connecting socket A2 and B2. So what does that mean? And again, this is going to be in your manual. What that means is this socket, the one closest to this edge of the motherboard, this is socket B2. The one above it is B1. The one above that is A2, and the one above that is A1. So it wants us to use A2 and B2 first if we're only using 2 DIMMs. So let's grab our memory and plug that in. And then we can fire this bad boy up and install, I don't know, Windows 11. Again, all brand new parts, unboxing them live. And that over there with the rest of our boxes. Okay. Was, I think, silver or black for RAM. So I thought, you know, the sockets are black and the RAM will be black. Purple and black go together. The Intel cooler is black. So it looks like purple and black with a black case with the RGB lighting set to purple. I think it'll be a nice themed color. So DDR5 looks exactly like DDR4, just to the naked eye if you weren't paying attention. You wouldn't even notice unless you read the sticker. But DDR4 RAM will not fit in these sockets, and DDR5 RAM will not fit in DDR4 sockets. So if you bought the wrong RAM, don't worry. You cannot accidentally plug it in. It just won't go. So that's socket A2. This is socket B2. Push down with my thumbs, and then I close these little retention levers just for keeping it clean. And then that's our board all prepped. And now I'm going to get a power switch for this. I like this little power switch that I got on Amazon. It's got a power button and a reset button, and put a little quick connect on here. So all I have to do is find, where does it go? Right here. It's going to hang off the side because ASRock only gives you 8 pins there, but that's fine. It just makes it super easy to put the front port umbilicals on it. And then I need the power supply. So let's get the power supply opened up. This is our ET750. And let me move this out of the way for a second. And then our documentation that goes to with the computer. Non-modular preference. And we've got some screws included. And a power cable is included. So all that will go in the motherboard box. Just keep the rest of this. There's nothing else in the box. It's just keeping the foam in there. So the Silverstone ET750 is 80 plus bronze rated. So these are budget power supplies, but on the higher end of power supplies. I know that doesn't make any sense. Is it higher end or is it budget? It's a higher end budget. Because your really low end budgets are going to be like 400 watts. And then when you get above 500, when you're at 650, 750, you're into the more powerful power supplies. And then within that range, you have a line of, budget. So one of the things I didn't like about this was how long these cables are. But NZXT cases, and specifically that H7 series, are so roomy and easy to cable that this power supply is really ideal for that case. So here's our motherboard. Just stabbed myself. Darn it. This is why you shouldn't work backwards. Trying to do things so you guys can see it, and it's making it really hard on me here. Let me go this way. Here's our big 24-pin power connector. I like that we don't have ketchup and mustard cables, and the fact that they've separated these out like this means we can zip tie them and makes for some really nice clean cable management. So kudos to Silverstone for doing that. And then don't confuse your PCIe graphics card power with your CPU power. It can look very similar, especially if you connect these two pins here. It looks like the same connector. But CPU power doesn't have a separate 2. It can break into 2 4s, or you can have 1 8. Normally, a power supply only gives you 1. Most motherboards only need 1. But when you start getting into like your Z series motherboards, if you're going to do overclocking, there may be added power needed. So then I haven't tried using this with just 1 EPS power connector. And I don't really care, since if I just put it on there, it's a non-issue regardless if it's needed or not. So that hooks up the power, and we've got our power switch hooked up. So now I need to put in a keyboard and a mouse. Is it not focused? No, it isn't. Hold on a minute. I think that's my resolution on my screen. Let's go to YouTube settings. My tablet. Yeah, my quality on my tablet is low. So let me go to advanced resolution and choose 1080. Yeah, that looks good. Much better. Sometimes if the picture looks out of focus, it's because your resolution is dropped on your side. So the little gear icon at the top right corner of the video should give you resolution options. Richard Golan wants to know, where did I get the on-off switch? I got that from Amazon. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Keyboard and mouse, that's what I was going to do, right? Let me get these cables straightened out. In fact, you know what I want to do? I think I want to take these cables and tie them up, because they are going to get in the way throughout the rest of this broadcast. So I will just grab them here. See, they just like to interweave amongst each other. It creates a big mess. It starts dragging parts off the table. So we'll just pull these back like they were. There we go. That's much cleaner. And then I will use this zip tie that we just took off, put it back on there. Treat it like a beret for your hair. So what they're called, berets? What's it called?
Scrunchy.
Scrunchy. Okay. That's good. keyboard and mouse, or a TIA. And we'll plug that in back here. Oh, I activated camera 1, so I got the back of your head now. There we go. And got to step around and give power to the power supply and plug an HDMI cable in. So let's see, here's power. Make sure the power supply is in the off position here. Plug that in. And then for the back, we need an HDMI cable over here. Should have one of those down here. Yes. We'll plug that HDMI cable in. Like so. I don't want to plug the internet into it yet. And let's grab a Windows 11 installation media. I've got a video that shows you how to make your own Windows 11 media directly from Microsoft for free. You just have to pay for the license if you want to activate it. And I will go to VIP CDK deals. I buy a Windows 10 Pro license, and I use the Windows 10 Pro license and use it to activate Windows 11 Pro because it's a free upgrade. You don't have to install Windows 10 Pro first. So I'm going to install, regardless if it's Windows 10 or 11, I always install without a product code. That puts you in the trial mode. Once the install's done, I grab all my updates, do everything I want to do. The very last thing is I go buy the license code. I wait till I need it. Just in case there's any problems, you have 30 days customer service with the folks over at VIP CDK deals. Use the code Carey for a 30% discount. That means Windows 10 Professional is $15.90 as of May 26, 2023. Prices can fluctuate from time to time depending on everything from exchange rates to inflation. But for right now, $15.90. It doesn't make any sense to pirate Windows anymore and to run through the risks. And that, once activated to this board, that license code stays tied to this board forever. Can't move it. And you never need to enter it again, even a wipe and a reinstall. You just do it the same way I'm going to do it now. Tell it you don't have a product key. Make sure it's the same version. It's not Windows 11 Home. As long as it's Windows 11 Pro, it was previously activated. Then the next time we install Windows 11 Pro without a product key, when we hit Windows Update, it's going to recognize the serial number of the board. It's going to reassign the product key and reactivate it without us having to do anything ever again. No Microsoft account is needed for that. It's just the way the activation servers work now. Okay, I'm going to hit the switch to turn this on. Oh, we got a little RGB going on down there. Might look neat once it's put in the case. And we've got our Windows 11 media. So do you want to hit the button? Wait a minute before you do. We put the camera right up here. Go ahead if you want to. It's the fan. Very first boot up could take up to 3 minutes as it trains the memory and trains the CPU. BIOS has to figure all this out. Gull's Camp says, I hope your camera girl works cheap. Yeah, you and me both. And let's hopefully get a power on self-test here. Yeah, there we go. Host. Now it should automatically boot to that flash drive because there's nothing else bootable on here. I'm going to go back to camera 1 so you can take a break. Go ahead. Yep. And thank you. Thank you. Needs to be charged up. So there's 2 USB cables. One's a Type C. You don't want the Type C one. That's for the tablet. You want the micro USB. And, oh, I'm full screen on camera 1. This way. See what happens? I blinked and I missed it. And that one off. Full screen over here for me. Okay. So I always do the install exactly the same way. If you're new here. I always tell it I don't have a product key. Even if I do, I always say I don't. But I do need to know what version of Windows my product key is for. And it will be for Windows 11 Pro, that one right there. Hit next. And agree to the end user license agreement and hit next. Custom. Disk 0 unallocated space. That's our SK Hynix drive. And next. And we're off to the races. We'll see how fast this installs. Do I have a link for the on-off switch? Oh, you know what? I don't think that is in my Amazon store. Let me take a quick look here since we're waiting on Windows to install. Let's see if I can find it for you. Remember, I added the little quick connector from basically it's included it with a gigabyte motherboard. What would I search for? On switch PC. Yeah. If you want to search for it, this is it here. Just search for Owl Tree, and I will add a link to it. I mean, I'm not going to make much in the way of commission on it. It's $8.99, so I don't care. But I will add a link to it just to save people effort if you're going to watch this video after it's live. And you'll see what I searched for. That's how fast it was for me to find it. And back over to camera 1 and back over to my HDMI input here. Okay, after our first boot. V Manor says there is a 13.3-inch side panel kit from Newegg for this board. Oh, really? Oh, this is going to get interesting then. Let's see. How does that attach though? It's only $88. Does it include the cable? Because the motherboard didn't. Back to the window capture here. ASRock 13.3-inch side panel kit. That's the connector, but where's the cable? Oh, I think I'm going to have to order this. I hope the cable's included. So, camera girl, look. This is the side panel monitor kit from ASRock.
Oh.
It looks like the cable's included. I'm looking right there. Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, so I better leave this page open. Thank you for that, Zvi. That's going to be the finishing touch, I think. I should order 2 of those. I think I'm going to build one for me and one for Andrew. Very cool. Who knew? Mystery solved. All right. Guys, cost me a lot of money. Let's turn that off. Oh, now I can do the final steps here. So turn off camera 1 for a second. Let's go through this final setup. English, United States. Yes. Yes, skip. I don't have internet. Continue with limited setup. Now I don't have to create an online account. That's why I do it that way. And then if I use the right keyboard, put in the name, let's put in DJ Big Red. Wonder if he wants that as 2 words. I think it looks better 1 word. You leave the password blank. Turn off everything but the location settings. That'll take care of our date and time for us, including any daylight savings time changes, which we don't deal with, but everybody else pretty much does. Martin says, don't worry, it's just money. All right, you pay for it then. Nick Poverman says, can an SSD be truly erased so the data can't be retrieved? Sort of. You can easily erase everything but the overflow areas. So it's possible stuff may still exist in the overflow, which, maybe 1% of the drive is overflow. The only real way, if you want even that 1% gone, is to destroy the drive. Make sure every chip on the NVMe is broken. That's really overkill. I think for most people, just using a regular drive wipe on a solid state drive will erase it beyond recovery. But if you were worried that a governmental agency or somebody who had the level of equipment and knowledge it would take to just get that 1% back would be devastating to you, then the price of a solid state drive means nothing. Destroy the drive. But for everybody else, most normal people, average people, a regular drive wiping tool is good enough, even though it does leave a little bit of residue on a solid state drive. All right, now I can plug the internet in. I'm going to go ahead and remove, tell you what, let's go back to camera 1 here. Camera 1, and full screen on camera 1 so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to take my Windows 11 drive out. Done with that. And I'm going to step around and plug in the internet. Now we're ready for that, and we'll hit Windows Updates. As soon as I find my Ethernet cable, which is down on the floor here, somehow it got all the way over here. And it somehow wove itself around 2 other cables. I don't know how cables do this. Plug that in. Did our driver load automatically for the network card? Sometimes these 2.5 gig cards aren't detected by Windows automatically. So let's go back over to our HDMI input. Oh yeah, it looks like it loaded fine. So while I'm in here, I'll go to Start button, Settings, Windows Update, and devices. And it looks like it already adjusted time and date all by itself. Wintermute posts a link for the Owltree power button. There you go. Yeah, and the power button has lights on it. So we have a power light on that little power button and a hard drive activity light. It's cheap. Jim KJ3N says, I built my AM5 system on the AMD version of that same motherboard. Right on. I'll just have to remember to add the power switch to my Amazon store. I did go through the Amazon store last night. There were some items that aren't made anymore, and there are some items I don't use anymore. So I took those items all out. And if there was something that wasn't made, I found the equivalent and replaced it. So if you haven't seen my Amazon store in the last 24 hours, it's changed a little bit. And let me go back over to camera 1 since there's nothing really to see here. And so while we wait for this to update, the other thing I want to do is SK Hynix, the manufacturers of the P41 here, have a driver and a software utility, an NVMe driver. And I want to grab both of those because it's my understanding that their software utility is second to Samsung Magician. It's that good. It's not as good, but it's pretty good. And I've never seen it before. Fan, completely silent. I can't even hear it at all. I wouldn't even know it was spinning, except my eyes are showing me that it's spinning. So for a stock cooler, Intel's done a great job. Now, I'm not sure that that would do as good of a job on an i7 or an i9, but on this i5-13500, it's a nice pairing. I don't know which wine goes with which cheese, but pairing the right cooler to the right CPU, I have refined taste in that. Let's see. Jim, KJ3N says the fractal pop comes in cyan, which would be a good match for that ASRock board. I think it's too small, though. If we want to put that screen, I'm not a fractal fan. I don't really care for the design of fractal cases. Our good friend Anthony Remus over at Remus Computer Solutions that builds custom high-end machines in Las Vegas loves the fractal cases. I'm just not a fan. I don't care for them. But to each their own, and it's another idea to throw into the pot for viewers that are considering other case options besides what I'm using. Oh, goody, the landscapers have arrived, so we're likely going to hear some landscaping equipment in the background. I hope it's not too annoying for you. TKV says, would a Corsair 200R case provide enough airflow? So I don't know why people think there's an issue with airflow in any case. This is all sort of a technochondria mindset that only exists in the enthusiast world on the internet. It doesn't exist in the real world. As a PC computer technician repairing computers for over 30 years, never in my career have I had to replace somebody's case because of an airflow situation. The difference in airflow from one case to another is not more than 2, 3, 4, 5 degrees most Celsius. So if you live in a world where, if we go to the extreme at 5 degrees, if that makes a difference in your world, then you're running everything too hot. So there is no case that exists that I'm aware of that has airflow that would impact the cooling of a normal computer running with normal settings. If you know of one, show it to me, because I've never seen one. It's a weird fixation. And I'll tell you what happens is people are so busy watching enthusiasts, and enthusiasts do things that are so extreme, and they're not common things people do. So as a result, they get information that doesn't apply to them and they don't realize it. So when the enthusiast wants to overclock the computer to get 3 more megahertz, they might spend $2,000 in a custom liquid loop, extraordinary excessive fans. It's a level of abundance and excess that results in very little return. So they can eke out one little tiny step more than the next guy. And if you want to do that, that's fine, right? But for just the average computer owner, any case on the market that's an ATX case will not have a cooling problem with any motherboard you put into it unless you are overclocking the system. So, but yeah, there's so much enthusiast videos, and they're all pursuing the ultimate cooling and the ultimate performance at the ultimate prices, that people think that they need to do that too. And unless you're an enthusiast, you don't need to buy the level of hiking equipment you would need to have to survive an ascent up Mount Everest. But if you're watching a bunch of videos of people hiking Mount Everest, And they're like, this is the tent I use, and these are the shoes I use, and this is the oxygen tank I use. You might think, because you're a hiker, that you need all that same equipment. But unless you're hiking Everest, you don't. You understand what I'm getting at? So it's up to you as a viewer to understand what you're watching. Are you watching enthusiast, or are you watching practical educational content? The enthusiast content is educational if you're an enthusiast. But the confusion is when viewers don't know there's a difference, or they think that they need that too. I can't tell you what you need. That's a decision you have to make. But as a working computer technician over 30 years in this industry, no heat issues have come up that resulted in changing a case or changing thermal compound. It's just never happened. Thermal compound gets changed when I have to remove a heatsink for some reason. So while I'm in there, I'll do it. But I've never just opened a computer to replace thermal compound. That's a crazy amount of liability to throw on my company. It takes too much time. There's no profit in it. And if you damage anything, even though it's an easy job, simple mistake, you now are paying for that back to the customer. And it likely makes no difference in whatever it was you were trying to fix. So by watching videos and reading articles online here on the internet, you would think that everybody was struggling to maintain heat problems. The people who do on a daily basis work in research at MIT. So they have experimental hardware and they're researching it. But this is all consumer grade stuff, folks. This stuff is pretty bulletproof. It's designed so somebody with no education on computers and no familiarity with computers could put it all together and it's going to work. It's consumer grade. It's not experimental lab equipment. So yes, the 200R would be fine. But why would you have such a beautiful motherboard and put it into a solid metal case that has no window and you can't see it? You could probably save money and get a board that doesn't have this extravagance, since it's going to be hidden anyway. What's the point of painting something and then covering it up so nobody can see it? Martin Hogg says hello from Scotland. Welcome in. Sue Cool says, I bought a bunch of stuff from Amazon using my link. Hey, thank you, Sue. Appreciate you. Appreciate that you're supporting the channel that way. Let's go back over to the HDMI input and see how we're doing on our updates here. Still moving along. And as we're waiting, if you have questions for me in the chat room, I'll do my best to provide answers. And I think I'm going to silence my phone because as the landscapers are walking around, it keeps triggering the cameras. So let's see if I can silence this. I know there's a way here on the phone to silence this. Where is it? Surprised I don't hear their equipment yet. I know there's a pause on there somewhere. Snooze. That's what it's called. And should be one more camera here. Okay, so hopefully that won't keep beeping as they do the work they need to do around the house. And how are we doing on this? Is this ready for me to start it yet? It is ready. Okay. Let's do that. And let's see what I'm missing in the chat room. Nick Poverman says, I purchased the 4 terabyte Team NVMe. I could not resist that price. I know, right? Isn't that a good deal? 4 terabytes for $189. NVMe Gen 3. Adam Jet says, Carey, I'm running an RTX 3070 with a Ryzen 5600. A game at 3440 by 1440 ultra-wide. Do you think it would be worth it for me to upgrade to the NVIDIA's 40 series of GPUs or wait? I can't answer that question for you. That's really something that that you have to decide on your own, depending on how you use your computer and how much expendable money you've got that you won't miss. Goalscamp wants to know, do you think that most people watching you are PC enthusiasts? I don't know, but I don't make my videos for PC enthusiasts. So I'm not going to change my videos because that's what they want. My videos are not for enthusiasts. And if enthusiasts want to come in here, they're welcome, just as anybody else. But if they're expecting enthusiast content, I'm not changing my content for them. So if that's what you're expecting, there's plenty of other channels on YouTube. They're a dime a dozen. Channels like mine that show real practical work and pragmatism, they're few and far between. If you don't see the value in that, this channel isn't for you. Hey, Cordius Technology says, I'm building 2 Core i7-11700s for a client, and I was thinking about this processor, but it limits to 1 in the cart. Really? It let me buy 3, but it wouldn't let me buy any more than 3. He says, however, I will build the next couple of systems using that processor. Thanks for the info. You could try ordering 1, and then when it arrives, try and order another one. They may just make you wait 1 week at the longest. You should be able to order them once a week anyway. Was there a protective plastic on the bottom of the CPU cooler? There was not. The cardboard was the protection. And so when I removed the cardboard, it exposed the thermal compound. And let's go back to Windows Update again and see what other updates we've got happening. I'm so used to Windows 10 still. I'll always scroll down there. I'll hit install all here. All right. See what else is going on in the chat room. Captain Blinsky says, off topic, but the Samsung S7 FE tablet here is a great case for it. Oh, I already have a case for the Samsung S7 FE tablet that I'm very happy with. The tablet I'm using now, however, is a Tab 8 Ultra. And Camera Girl's using the S7 FE tablet, but the case that we have for it is awesome. Nick Poverman says, Carey, I'll be in the Phoenix area next April. Hope to get some restaurant advice from you. April, that's a long way off. Holy cow. I'm still pursuing a house in Michigan, and we'll see if I have any luck this fall. If everything goes well, I won't be here. But I've said that before, and I'm still here. So don't hold your breath that I'm going anywhere. But that's a long... Talk to me in March of 2024 about your visit in April. You telling me about it today is... I'm never going to retain that information. That's way too far away. And we'll just keep that installing. So far, they haven't hit this side of the house with their lawn equipment. Been pretty quiet. Know it's coming, though. What is the pizza place that I like in Phoenix? Oh, there's many of them. There's one called Il Bosco, Grimaldi's, Piazza El Forno, Malnati's. Yeah, there's many pizza places that are very good out here. Of course, Pizzeria Bianco is the one that Oprah made famous because she thinks it's the best pizza in the country, and it's good. It's, I don't know, it's still pizza, you know. But if you're into the hype, you want to go to Pizzeria Bianco. It's not bad. Put a reminder into Alexa. I don't have Alexa. You were all PC enthusiasts or you wouldn't be watching this. Well, that's what we call semantics. When I use the word PC enthusiast, I'm referring to somebody, you know what, I'm not even going to go there. If I have to explain it, it's ridiculous. If you don't understand what I mean when I say things and you want to take everything literally, it's just really annoying if you're going to behave that way. It's not necessary. Let's see. Les Stevenson says, Carey, thanks for your time. I'm still recovering from a nasty flu bug. Gotta go catch a nap. I'll watch the rest of YouTube later. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks for the info today. Goodbye, camera girl. Well, I hope you feel better, Les. Got a couple of people feeling sick today. Larry G contributes $10 in Super Chat. Says, I love the live builds and camera girl's very nice, steady shots of the motherboard. Hello to the chat room. Thank you, Larry. Let's see. Do I have a price for this in France? I have no idea. I have no idea what's available in France. If you're in France, you'd have to tell me. I have no idea. Chris Johnson says, Lou Malnati's? Yes, Lou Malnati's. They have a couple locations in Phoenix now. If you like deep dish, it's really good. All right, we're gonna do these updates and we'll check updates one more time. And then, let's see, I'll run Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimizer, even though it's Windows 11. We'll copy over Crystal Disk Mark. Oh, and I want to see about these utilities from SK Hynix, see what they look like. Edwin says he's been recovering from bronchitis for 2 weeks. Oh, that's never fun. Says he's looking good for Memorial Day, though. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. So we are putting in something that's big. And I guess it's going to reboot. Phil Hoffman says, hello, Carey and everyone. My birthday is this weekend. I'm enjoying the live stream today. Everyone have a great weekend. Happy birthday, Phil Hoffman. Stealth Mode wants to know, would you demonstrate if a GPU will fit with the M.2 heatsink on? I'm not sure how I would do that because every GPU is different. I don't know that MSI would release a motherboard at this level that didn't fit a GPU, but I'm certain somebody out there probably has a GPU that won't fit, but I would think most of them are going to fit fine. All How says my last round of chemo knocked me out for 6, and then it just stops. You okay, Paul? There we go. Another reboot. Paul's Camp says, sorry, I love your content. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're here. William Lynn wants to know if I have thoughts on CompTIA Security Plus for cybersecurity. My community college offers free training, and they pay for the CompTIA certificate. Well, I mean, if it's free, there's no harm in it. Are you worried about there being some negative effect of you having it? David Graham says CompTIA is a start. It's something. Nothing's better than actual experience. A lot of times you won't get the experience unless you have the education, but sometimes you can't afford the education without a job that would lead to experience. So that's a tough one. These are just all individual decisions each of us have to make on our own to determine where our path in life is. So like this little icon down here, this search highlights annoys me. If I type in privacy, oh, wrong keyboard. Over here, type in privacy search. Apparently, I don't know how to spell. Privacy. I'm having issues today. Search. Oh, I got to go through this. Start without your data, continue without my data, uncheck that, confirm. Close this out. Privacy search. Not coming up. How about search permission and history? Scroll down to show search highlights. Turn that off, and that thing goes away down there. And we'll check Windows Update again. Download and install. And while that's doing that, let's go look for those utilities and drivers. So it's SK Hynix P41 driver warranty download. Data migration tool. No. It's like firmware for the P31. We have a P41. Device manager. Let me go back in my search. Did I type? Yeah, I typed in P41. Platinum P41 SSD. Wow, this internet's slow. Products. There are downloads. All about the SSD we're using on this build. Product images, specifications. Somewhere in here. Here, download files. Apparently we have wallpaper, because that's important. Screen keeps jumping as the pictures are loading. Why do I care about the wallpaper? Device Manager Easy Kit, 64-bit. Oh, Drive, not Device Manager. Drive Manager. And it says this firmware is for the gold P31, but we've got a P41. Update. Now, let's see what the drive manager is. It's all new to me. That looks like it's just a manual. Driver manager. Driver manager, 64-bit. I guess that's the one I want. Maybe it's got everything in one kit. No idea. Let's find out. Yeah, this connection is slow. We'll get there. Looks like we got about 406 people watching. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you'll stop into the chat room and say hello. We'd love for you to just say hello in the chat room. Paul House says, knocked me for 6 means it made me very unwell. Oh, I've never heard that expression. I hope you're feeling better now, though, Paul. Alan Ronald says, g'day from Perth, Western Australia. It's 6 a.m. in the morning down here, currently 3 degrees Celsius, heading into winter. Got a couple things going on here. We're installing this big cumulative update, as well as downloading this big driver manager, whatever this is from SK Hynix. We're going to find out. And George Ferrugia says hello in the chat room. Welcome in, George. I think while I'm waiting, I'll go get a cold Gatorade. That's what I need. Okay, now I should be able to see what the heck this thing is. Welcome to SK Hynix Drive Manager Setup. Okay, agree, next, next. Well, that didn't seem like it was too bad. Finish. This look like. It's our drive. Smart status, settings, details. It says it's using the Microsoft driver. So where do we get, oh, and there's our firmware, update firmware. Doesn't look for one for us. So no check. See, Samsung will check for us. Well, this is not as good or as modern looking as what I saw online. I'm ready for a restart. Let's go ahead and restart. There's our friend Mark Gaines joining us from Northern Ireland with a 10-pound contribution. Says hello, Carey and Marlena in chat room. Hello, Mark. Thomas Bagenstow says, Carey, I love when you give explanations on issues. Same since 2017. Thank you, Thomas. Keith Landers says he found his CompTIA to be helpful. There you go. Old School Funk and Soul says, Carey, knocked me for a 6 is a cricket game term. Hitting the ball for 6 runs over the boundary, similar to baseball, hitting the ball out of the park. Oh, okay. Late, but made it to the live one, says Boss. Welcome in, Boss. And it says no signal because the system is restarting and it's not sending a video signal out yet. There it goes. Those cumulative updates typically do this, where they do the, update occurs during the shutdown process or startup process of Windows before certain files get put into use in the Windows operating system. So it has to do it before the Windows loads or as Windows is unloading. And that's why these updates install a little differently. Okay, now, where's my utilities flash drive? We can copy over, let's see, I'm going to put VLC on here. So let's grab Crystal Disk Mark Portable. Oops, grab that. Let's grab, well, we don't have to grab, we can just install right off the flash drive. VLC. And while that's installing, I'll grab Uncle Carey's Windows 10 Optimizer. That over there. Push that. Continue, close, Optimizer. Yes. Apply. And then a reboot. Elijah 52 Dickens says, looks like a mean machine, Carey. Yeah, I think it's going to be very impressive on all fronts. The way it looks, the way it performs. I hope that it will live up to those expectations. What are you smiling about?
It's so fun.
It's fun?
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. So, oh, you're just in time. I'm going to run Crystal Disk Mark on this P41 Gen 4 drive. I'm going to eject that flash drive. That out of there. Let's see what kind of numbers we're going to get out of this bad boy here. See if what Gordon at PC World says holds true. He claims this is one of the fastest Gen 4 drives on the market. Oh, okay. That's not bad. The Western Digital will get up to 7,300, but it's also a 4 terabyte drive, and the bigger the capacity, the faster the drive can go. So that's nothing to shake a stick at. Chico48 says, hello, Carey and camera lady. Have a safe. Would you like to have a safe?
Hi. And I'm sorry to everybody who's messaging me or has messaged me with my name. I'm not logged in, so I can't respond.
You're responding just fine.
Behind me.
NetEd says, thanks for the link to the 64 gig RAM bundle on Amazon. I ordered it last night. Nice. Good RAM. And it's good price. Bradley says, CompTIA Security Plus certification opens doors for government contracts. Highly recommended. Also, A Plus and Network Plus is fine for corporate work in many cases. There you go. Hey, everything's working. Oh, I should check the motherboard to see if we have a BIOS update too. Haven't done that yet. So we'll wait for these benchmarks to finish though. And I'm pretty sure there's an NVMe driver somewhere. I'll have to look for it. Elijah 52 Dickens says, hello, camera girl, and happy holidays.
Same to you.
See what our write speeds are. If it's over 6,500, I will be impressed. Oh, just. Hey, that's pretty good. Patrick wants to know if I've checked the device manager to make sure that there are no drivers needed. No, I completely forgot, Patrick. I'll do that too after this test. I don't want to interfere with the test. Terrell wants to know if the Solid 9 Synergy works. I have no idea. This is my very first time using, I might have used an SK Hynix drive once before, but I don't remember. So I don't really know much about them. Alan Ronald says, I got my Ace Magician N105 plugged into my TV. It's great for armchair browsing. Oh, for sure, for sure. That Ace Magician that somebody sent me because they said it wouldn't boot up, and we ended up just resetting the M.2 drive and reinstalling Windows 11 on it. Of course, I updated it and run Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimizer on it, even though it's Windows 11. And sent it back to him. You know, he said he'd lost confidence in it, didn't want it back. And I asked him if he would give it one more chance. And he agreed. He got it, and he said, if it had ran this good when I first purchased it, I would have bought 2 of them. So long story short, he's very happy with his Ace Magician now. So whatever that weird issue was that he had, it's all resolved. And there was no parts needing to be replaced. It just needed a nice reset and clean install of Windows 11 with all the updates. And he's very happy with it. So just want to give you a follow-up on that. And I think these are our final numbers here. As soon as the word stop goes away, see how it says stop in all 5 boxes on the left? Right there. Now that test is complete. Those are our final numbers. So device manager, I suppose I can do that now. Let's go over to, whoops, what did I just do? Did I cleared it out? Let's close this out. Need that anyway. Right click, device manager. We do have some missing items here. So first thing I want to do is go back to Windows Update just to see if there might be some offerings there to deal with that. So we'll go to Windows Update, and under Intel driver that wants to go on. So if you ever have this happen in Windows 11, this will go away in 24 hours by itself. I don't know why Windows 11's Windows Update does this, but if you obsess with fixing it today in this moment, you'll drive yourself crazy. Just ignore it and check it tomorrow. It'll go away on its own. Or you can go through a lot of effort to try and clear out the history and everything, but I just advise you let it go on its own time. Optional updates. No optional updates. All right, so that does mean we're going to have to go to ASRock then. So we'll go to the browser. This is an ASRock LiveMixer. That's our board. Now I see support up here, but we want support for this. So that's probably, yeah, it's down here. And let's see, what is the latest BIOS available? 7.04. What BIOS do we have? Let me bring up my utilities flash drive again and copy over CPU-Z. C testing software. CPU-Z. Rid of this flash drive again. Done with that. So according to this, our main board has, wow, 3.09, is that right? So what I want to do is see how far back 3.09 was. Oh, we're all the way down here. So there's been 1, 2, 3, 4 new BIOSes. Let's grab the BIOS. And we'll extract it. Extract all. And I'll right click and copy this. Close that, close that. I'll grab my BIOS flash drive and we'll plug that in. And we'll copy this file here onto the BIOS flash drive. Small file. Then as for drivers, let's go to download. We likely need, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to grab the Realtek, you know, sound drivers, the Intel INF drivers. Don't think we need the management engine or the Realtek LAN. Don't need that, don't need that. Rock motherboard utility, no, no. Auto driver installer. That scares me. Restart to UEFI utility. Okay, I mean, that seems like a pointless utility that you could just do yourself, but they're making it for the average user, so got to dumb everything down. What is this auto driver installer? It scares me. I'm afraid I'm going to get a bunch of stuff I don't want. Be brave. You read all that, right? You agree to it? Of course you do. You don't have a choice. Update all. Oh, select all and then update. During installation, your system may reboot. Okay. Normally, I wouldn't install the Intel Management Engine driver. Apparently, it wants us to have it, so I'll just grab it and see. I don't think it's going to hurt anything. And if it does, it won't matter because system's not even going to have a case until this time next month. So we'll do a part 2 to this build when the case comes in, and we'll put the power supply in and put the motherboard in. It'll be very easy cable management on that NZXT case, and it can go to Andrew, and I think he's going to be tickled. He has no idea we're doing this for him. You just got to bear with my slow internet connection speed. It's not a reflection of the computer. Okay, it's installing the INF driver, so we might see those items in the device manager disappear as that installs. And there they go. Like magic. Sometimes, you know, in the past, companies like Asus and Gigabyte were trying to bundle in like Norton, McAfee and things in their driver installer software. They were putting bloatware on the computer. So I learned to avoid them. But now it's been a few years. This industry is always changing, and it's always important to go back and test your knowledge to see if what you know is still true. So I'm happy to see that there is no option for any third-party unnecessary bloatware to be thrown on by default with an automatic checkbox, you know? And that's good. I like that. Good on ASRock. That looks happy. So let's do this now. Let's do a regular restart and make sure that we don't have any issues with the drivers. We want, before we go to update the BIOS, we want to make sure that the system still boots okay with no errors. Because if we update the BIOS without testing a reboot first, and the reboot has an error, we won't know which one caused it. Is that a BIOS-related boot error, or will it be a driver-related boot error? So we're going to do a boot, because it only takes, what, 13 seconds to boot? And it should just come up normally and be happy. And I'm assuming it's going to do that. And it did. So very good. Now I can move forward boldly to do the BIOS update. So we'll do that by hitting restart and start pressing the delete key when the post screen comes up here. So right now, delete, 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 or is it F2? Either one of those I think will work. There, oh, wow. Look at that BIOS. That's crazy. Come look at this BIOS. That is crazy. So I'm not going to make any changes in here because it'll just reset back. So because it's defaulting to a liquid cooler here. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's do instant flash. Obviously, if you have BitLocker, you need to suspend it. We're not using BitLocker. It found the flash automatically on the flash drive to version 704. I don't have to point to it. It just automatically searched for it. Do you want to update? After pressing enter, the system will automatically reboot. Here we go. It's purple on the inside. It is. It is. Do not power off. Yeah, so whenever you update your BIOS, you want to make sure you leave the system alone. You need to come look at this BIOS. Yeah. I yelled for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You made me come get you. So it's updating right now. Look at the screen.
Oh, wow.
That is the
Holy
background
crap.
wallpaper of the BIOS.
Nice.
So all the text goes over that.
That's cool.
Bob in the chat says
Now,
it's
when have you ever
says-
seen that before?
he says it's purple on the inside too.
It is.
Right?
It is. Holy,
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
yeah.
And how often are you ever going to see that anyway?
Exactly.
Once a year maybe.
That's cool. I was working on the work box.
Oh, you're working on a thumbnail for the Lark box? Okay. Get back to work. Back in your hole. It's just a fun build. Like I said, I don't have any business clients that would want this in their office. But I suppose if one of my clients was like a music production company or something like that, or dealt with music, they would love it. Or if you're just a home user that enjoys the look and design of it and you want something different from everybody else, and you want the latest and greatest, it is a Z790 board. So you could put a 13900 KS in there if you wanted. We're not going to do that. We want to keep it nice and cool. And now we've got the no signal. That means the system is restarting itself, as to be expected with the BIOS update. And in just a moment here, it should reinitialize with the new BIOS. So in just a minute, we should get our power on self-test. It's important you all hands off deck. We don't want to be playing around with the keyboard or mouse. You don't want to power it off during this process. And once again, it is restarting a second time. This is all normal, nothing to be fixed, nothing to be interrupted. Patience, it will come back. I suppose I'll keep this BIOS file on this flash drive because I bought a second board. Once it was on sale, Newegg gave me an Amazon gift card when I reached out to Newegg customer service. Said, hey, I just spent $260 for this board and now it's $199. He said, okay, here's a $60 gift card. And I thought, great, there's nothing else I need to buy. And I thought, you know what? I think I'll buy another one of these boards. I'll give this one to Andrew and I'll build one for myself. Why? I don't know why. I don't have a good reason. All right, let's go back to settings. Let's check Windows Update again. Once again, this will go away tomorrow. Oh, it looks like it went away now. That's good. Basically, it goes away on its own in time, so don't freak out about it. Don't go deleting a bunch of files in your download directory and resetting Windows Update because it's bothering you. Just find something to occupy your time until tomorrow and check it again, and you'll find there was nothing you needed to do but wait. And you're going to get used to that with Windows 11. I've never seen that happen in Windows 10. It's just the way that Windows Update operates a bit differently in the Windows 11 operating system. So you don't have to fix it. All you have to do is give it 24 hours. Now, that is all happy. Everything looks good. What else? What else do I need to do? Am I forgetting something? Oh, are you asking if the Solidyne software would work? So that's what I was looking at. I was looking at the Solidyne software, but this is not a Solidyne drive. So would it work? I don't know. Let's find out. Solidyne drivers. Let's see. It likely will come up and say it's not a Solidyne drive. It says this is a Solidyne storage driver. So that's what I was looking for. But I think this is for basically the Intel family that SK hynix purchased. I don't think it works with their non-Solidyne branded drives. I think if we try and run this, it's going to say no Solidyne drive found. But I'm making an assumption. One way to know for sure. Run it. You're about to install the following software. Strongly recommended you exit all programs. Yeah, okay. Setup did not find any Solidyne SSDs. The Solidyne driver will be saved in the driver store folder, but will only be installed when a compatible Solidyne device is detected. So that's a carryover, basically a rebranding of Intel's NVMe driver and Intel's software, their memory and storage tool. So that's not going to work on the P41. And the Solidyne drives aren't fast. They're budget drives, at least the ones they bought off from Intel. So that's fine. I mean, it's fast. It's not like we're really going to get any difference from a driver anyway. I just thought if it was there, I'll put it in. But yeah, very good. Let's go back in the BIOS, and I want to reset the BIOS back to defaults. I always want to do that after you update a BIOS. So let me go back into it here. We can also turn on Expo, right? Because we learned Expo is universal. It's for Intel or AMD. It's basically XMP for DDR5. So we'll go back in the BIOS. And our RAM, I guess, is running at 4400. We can run that at 6000. I don't care about the power. I don't care about that. Oh, we're going to change this to an air cooler. And fantastic tuning. I guess that's for configuring our fans, but I don't see an auto configure in here. In advanced mode, here at the top, let's exit this. Let's go to advanced mode. And let's go to boot. No, let's go to exit. And let's say load UEFI defaults. Yes. And then we want to go to, is it main? No, overclock. DRAM configuration. Load Expo setting. Profile 1. Now we should be at 6000. Exit. Save changes and exit. Auto driver installer disabled to enable. Now I'll probably end up turning that right back off again. So at least that's working. So when that little box pops up in Windows, it says, do you want to, it automatically pops up in the bottom right corner. Do you want to install the ASRock driver thing? And I tell it no. It's apparently switching that to disabled in the BIOS. That's how it's supposed to work. So we might see that again on the reboot. So we're getting the no signal because the system is saving the BIOS settings and then restarting again. And while it's doing that, the monitor displays the no signal, and then once the system initializes and sends a video signal, then of course you get the picture you expect. And take a look here. This thing is dead quiet, absolute silent. That's a very good stock cooling fan. There's words I never thought I'd say. And let's do Control-Alt-Delete and go to the Task Manager. Hit the Performance tab. So tell us about our memory. Running at 6000. That's a big leap from 4400, isn't it? Oh, let me go back in that Performance tab again. Open the resource monitor. CPU cores, 1. we go. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we started at 0. So 0 to 19 is 20 threads, 14 cores, 20 threads. Come on. Are you not impressed? And all that for $209 at Amazon, $247 at Newegg if you want to spend more. That's a really good combination. This $200 motherboard, $209 CPU, and then put whatever DDR5 and storage you want, and whatever case and power supply you want, and you've got yourself an 8-year build, and a really nice aesthetically pleasing to look at build at a very aggressive price point. That's a really good value. I'm warming up to ASRock now with the implementation of Expo, as well as their implementation of Gen 5 SSD, which we're not using on this motherboard. But when TEAMGROUP releases their Gen 5 SSDs, they're supposed to hit 14,000. Now, again, I don't think it's going to make much difference to most people in the real world, but we'll make it for the content. Do it for the content. All I'm saying. The question I have today is, do I build it in the black case or do I build it in the white case? And I just thought, I really see this in the black case. Now, Cam Girl, she really sees it in the white case, but she ain't here today. So we're going to do the black case. Because, you know, if she's not here, then I'm the boss. So let me grab the case. Let's move this aside. And I have it out of the box. I just took it out a few minutes ago. This is the NZXT H7 Flow. So we have it in black, and we have it in white. It's a full-size ATX case. And it looks like that. She says she's still the boss. Well, good luck enforcing the rules if you ain't here. All right, so I have no idea how this case comes apart. We're just going to figure everything out. We got instructions, but I'm going to set those over there because I don't need them. I really enjoy reverse engineering things, and I really like when products are intuitive, especially as a technician, right? If a product is not intuitive, if a computer product like a case isn't obvious on how to turn it on or how to open it up to a computer technician, that to me is a bad design. That's the logic I use. So I see a couple of indentations back here, which I'm guessing you just pull on. Yep, there goes one panel right there. So does this pull up now? Yes, it pulls up. That's exactly what I would have expected it to do. All right, that's what I want to see as a computer technician. I want to see standards. I want to see unwritten rules that are being followed in regards to design. When somebody goes way out of their way to do something differently that doesn't seem to serve any benefit other than being different, and it makes my life 10 times harder because the engineers or the management has decided, let's just be different and make the job 10 times harder. These people really need to come work with me for a week and work on their own stuff. And let's see what they think about that when they go back to the office. So once again, when you're the one that has to work on it, when you're the one, the time is ticking and you're being measured and you've got to perform and customers are waiting. If customers wait too long, they're going to take their business to somebody else. You lose the business, all because some engineer decided, hey, this will be cool to do it this way, when in fact it becomes very impractical. Really gets under my skin if you can't tell. All right, so somewhere here, let me turn this around. I'm going to come around so you can kind of get a look at what I'm doing here. There's an indentation right here. And I should be able to just put my fingers in there, I think. Well, there's also one up here too. Does that come up? It looks like it comes up. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't need it up, but there's that. Let's put that over here with the rest of the pieces. And this should look, just pull away. There it goes. And then lift straight up. There it is. Ta-da. Okay. Beautimus. Nice, big, wide open case. And one of the things I love about NZXTs are the cable management tracks and Velcro ties. It makes the cable management in here so much of a pleasure. So easy to do. And yeah, no big deal. We've got a screen up here. So if we're going to put a radiator in this and you wanted the air to blow in, right? If we're drawing air in from the top, then you use the screen. If you're blowing air out through your radiator, you take the screen off because we do not filter exhaust air. Okay? All right. This little box right here, this is going to be all the screws that we need to mount hardware in our case. Every case comes with its own screws. They don't use the same screws or the same number of screws, depending on the size of the case, the manufacturer, and how they designed it. It's entirely up to them how they want to do it. So when you're done building your computer, you want to put this little box away or put the screws away. Usually I just keep all the documentation and all the spare parts in the motherboard box, which is empty when we're done with it. Right? When we've taken the motherboard out, anything we don't use goes back in the motherboard box, and we put that into the closet or somewhere because there's nothing in there we need anytime soon. But in a couple of years, when we get to upgrade or change something, you're going to want those screws. Be sure you put them away somewhere where you can find them, whatever system you have. We'll get into that in a minute. Let me go ahead and get this power supply opened up, and I'll show you this power supply. You might remember it from a while back. Hey, there's Buster with a 20-pound super chat. He says, good evening, Carey and Marlena and everyone in the chat. All the best. From Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh is 55 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 13 degrees Celsius. It's been in the 50s all week here, all week there in Scotland. Sounds a little chilly, but I could use that. You know, my energy levels are pretty high usually, and that means I'll run hot. You'll hear the air conditioner on in the background constantly. So I get hot. I got things to do. I'm moving. Let's go. What I wouldn't give to be in 50-degree weather right now. I have the windows open. Roy Starman contributes $10 in super chat. He says, my $2,000 computer doubles as a cat warmer, so I leave the filter on top. Hey, there you go. Good idea. All right. So yeah, this has been sitting, I was going to say 2 years. I'm thinking now it's been 3 years because I bought this before the pandemic started. And I think it was a year before that. Bought 4 of them. I used 2 of them and I have 2 left over. And I just thought, I'll use them in something someday. Despite their color, they're great power supply. And this color is going to work out perfectly. And it's just coincidence that I remembered I had these. I was looking around at my parts. Here, take that, will you? I was looking around at my parts and I said, hey, those are going to match the motherboard. What was I thinking? Thank goodness I figured that out before I got them all built and done, though, right? Sometimes I have to do jobs twice because I get in such a hurry to get it done. And I realize, oh, I had something that would have been better. Take it back apart. This is one of the downsides of working very quickly. I know you're going like, these videos are 4 hours long. How is that working quickly? But you try and do what I do in 4 hours, right? Try and do this and host a show at the same time, and let's see how long it takes you. Especially if you don't talk as fast as I do. If you say all the things I say, but you say it slower, you're going to be here longer. All right. So be glad they're only 4 hours. Actually, I do try to keep these shows between 2 and 3 hours most, because I know they do get long sometimes, but let's see what we have here. Hello. Structure. Silica gel. Cables. Look at that, purple to purple. Foam. I got good hang time on that. And in here, oh, this one's not purple? I thought they were purple. Maybe it's just the bag that's purple. Yeah, can't remember now. That's okay, because black works too. You know why? Check this out. We're going to put this power supply in here like this. And we're going to slide it to the back. And look how beautiful that is. Beautiful. Love it. So yeah, I got a purple source for my cables. I guess that's what it is. Cables, power cable, screws for the power supply, nothing else in the bag. Motherboard power, we're going to need that. CPU power, going to need that. And then these are two video card power. Put the video card in. And this is another EPS power or CPU power. We do want two of them for this build. That was the other good thing about this power supply. So we're going to want those. And then in this bag here, we have our SATA cables for accessories. And all I want to do is get them out of the bag and put them into this bag. And we'll put that in this bag and we'll keep all the stuff together for later when and if we need that. Davis Parsons with a $5 super chat said, all my computers are in NZXT cases. The cable management sure is easy with these cases. Agreed. However, these cases are not small, especially not this one. I do like that we've got 3 fans up in the front and we have a rear case fan. Those fans on the front, you'll notice they have white blades. That means they are RGB. So we can turn the lights to purple with the purple motherboard. And it'll be black and purple all over. Gonna look like a big walking bruise. The Bruiser, that's gonna be the name of this computer. It's the Bruiser. And I think this front panel comes off here. See another indentation up here, which I'm guessing means that comes off if you want to get at those fans for some reason. We shouldn't need to take it off during the build. I'll have a follow-up for yesterday's repair video. I'm about 70% done with the cable management. That power supply was in upside down, and I was really struggling with the cables and realized all the cables were at the back end of the front of the case instead of the back side because the power supply fan was facing up instead of down. And one thing led to another, and I've got to recable a bunch of stuff. So I did about an hour and a half of it and said, that's enough for tonight. I set it aside. And now here we are doing this. And then when this is done, hopefully the cable management on this will be lickety split because I could use that in my life. And by tomorrow, I hope to have both of them done. Then I can start on number 2. I do hope to have a video, another live video, Saturday and Sunday this weekend at 1 o'clock, the usual start time, because I have a lot of work to catch up on, including build number 2. I also have the Cube build. I have 2 mini PCs to review. I have a bunch of networking equipment that's come in. Oh, the TP-Link Wi-Fi 7 router that was supposed to come out March 15th that I ordered and was supposed to be delivered today. I got a notice from Amazon that my delivery date has been delayed to July 26th. So it's 2 months away. So TP-Link seems to be having some serious manufacturing issues or distribution issues. They're not saying anything. They're just staying quiet about it. But I'm not gonna. I'm gonna tell you. They're staying quiet about this. Something's wrong over at TP-Link, and they're staying hush-hush. Well, I'm not too happy about it because I was planning to make that video today if Amazon delivered it on time. But 8 weeks from now is far from on time. And that's not Amazon's fault. That's all on TP-Link. Unless I'm a conspiracy theorist and I think TP-Link doesn't want me to have it for 2 months because they're afraid I might discourage people from buying it. Don't send it to that guy. Wait 2 months, then send him one. Yeah, I am not happy. I didn't want to spend $699 on a router. And when I did, I sure as heck didn't intend to wait 3 months for it from the time I ordered it. Especially when after I ordered it, it was 2 months after it was supposed to already be out. So yeah, thanks for that first quarter of 2023 announce date there, TP-Link. I just wish these companies would be honest. Come out, tell us what's going on, explain the delay. No, let's stay quiet. Don't mention it. Maybe no one will notice. All the hoopla surrounding our new Wi-Fi 7 router, all of the advertising and all of the marketing, and then they just go radio silent. Yeah, doesn't make me too happy. So that's why we're doing this today instead. Okay, power supply is in. So that was hard. Now, I guess I could put the motherboard in. As you see back here, we've got 2 trays for 2.5-inch solid state drives, or just 2.5-inch drives, regardless if they're mechanical or solid state. Back behind the motherboard tray, we've got a 3.5-inch mechanical hard drive tray down here. That's 3.5-inch, right? Standard mechanical drives. And I like the space between the back of the power supply and this cage, so I can reach in and plug the cables in. I will say the added benefit of using the NZXT power supply is that we're using an NZXT case. Well, you normally don't have any issues regarding fitment of power supplies and cases. Generally speaking, using the same brand power supply as the same brand case, things just tend to fit and look a little bit like they belong together versus the hodgepodge of bargain shopping. And, you know, I'll take that cheap case and that cheap power supply and that cheap motherboard, and then you end up working twice as hard, 3 times as hard with a system that's perhaps not as reliable or as easy to work on, and cutting your hands up on cheap equipment. That's all well and good if you want to do that. It's a very difficult way to stay in business when your customers realize you sold them some piece of junk to raise your profit margin. It's very difficult to sustain a business model that way, unless you keep changing your company name. Always a going out of business sale, like a mattress store. Are there any mattress stores that aren't going out of business? And then what goes back in the mattress store's location? Another mattress store. Gee, I wonder if it could be the same owner. All right, let me lay this flat. Here we go. And I want to look at my standoffs. They're already installed. Another benefit of these name brand cases like Corsair and NZXT, you don't have to manually put the standoffs in. The standoffs aren't brass and don't match the color of everything. These standoffs are painted to match the case. Little details like that matter, and it's worth paying a couple extra dollars for, in my opinion, for rounded edges that aren't sharpened, cable management tracks that make cable management easy, big roomy area to work on, plenty of room if you wanted to add a liquid cooler, and a very elegant, timeless design. So much RGB is tacky and over the top. I think, based on the pictures I've seen in this, we'll see in real life, but this looks more reserved for RGB, and I'm okay with that. Just don't like the big Las Vegas signs that people turn their computers into. Camera girl likes that. That's her thing. And you know what? To each their own. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than installing like that. I mean, come on. Our back plate, our I/O shield, is already part of the motherboard, so it just lines up without having the fiddle with that. A lot of people struggle with that, especially first-time builders or people that haven't built very often. You got that purple sticking out there, which I think is kind of sharp. And, you know, we'll have to see how it looks with white, but it's coming together exactly as I pictured it, which is good. I'm going to move this box out of my way because I'm starting to run out of room here on the bench. So I'll just set that down here for now. And as I mentioned, all spare parts will end up going into that empty motherboard box. And then the customer is going to get this case with everything built, ready to rock and roll, along with the motherboard box. And I will tell the customer, there's nothing in this box that you need anytime soon, but maybe in a year or 2 or 3, you're going to need something out of that box. So make sure you put that away where you can find it. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I don't know this customer well enough to know which it will be, but time will always tell. Let's see. Oh, look what we've got here. Screws. Nice. That's an interesting way to package that. These look like tracks that you screw to the back of a 2.5-inch drive, and then it looks like it just slides into the track in the back. That's pretty cool. And then we've got zip ties in there. And this I don't need. That can go over there. There's a condom joke in here somewhere with screws, but I don't want to go there right now. Yeah, that seems familiar. Okay, what do we have? These look like the motherboard screws. These look like a DVD drive or solid state drive. These are little, oh, it tells us. These are M3 by 5 millimeters. These are 6/32 by 5 millimeters. These are case fan screws. These are called KB5 by 10 millimeters. We won't need those today. This is a little washer, not a washer. This is a little socket for the standoffs that you can then use a Phillips screwdriver to tighten if you wanted to move standoffs for a different size motherboard. We don't need this, but it's basically, it's a 6/32 by 6.5 standoff with a 4 millimeter standoff wrench. They're calling that little socket, they're calling it a wrench. So yeah, we don't need that on today's build. We don't need this on today's build. These are 4 hexagon screws, 6/32 by 6 millimeters. The hexagon screws are your standard computer case screw. They're very commonly used. And I used the screws already for the power supply. These would normally be used for a power supply, but since our NZXT power supply came with screws already, we don't need these. Those are extras. So yeah, I don't need this or this or this or this on today's build. So we'll set those over here. And the question is, do we use the 6/32 screws for the motherboard or do we use the M3s? I bet it's the 6/32. That's what I think. One way to find out for sure, could open the package and try it. Super chat just came in from Craig Casabona. Again, hey, thank you, Craig. Same as yesterday. $20 from Craig Casabona. You rock, my friend. Thank you. And Nick Poverman with $5 super chat. He said, did I hear back from Chewy a second time? No, I am still waiting. Sarge Tech, been a member now for 5 months. He says, wow, 5 months sure goes by fast. Always a pleasure to be in this community of great people. Thank you, Carey. Well, thank you, Sarge Tech. I caught up? I think I'm caught up. Right on. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's see. was listening to Depeche Mode while I was getting myself pumped up for today's show, and I can't get Policy of Truth out of my head. I want to hum it, and then I don't want to get a copyright violation. I'm concerned. You don't want to hear me hum it anyway. Okay, let's see here. Is this aligned? And are these the right screws? Oh, this is not promising. Oh, I see. I don't have it seated. There it is. Silly me. These are the right screws. Okay, very good. Very good. Andy Kane in the chat says hello. Welcome in, Andy. I'm just going to start these manually here. It's pretty good right there. Iggy the Human has become a supporter. Hey, welcome Iggy the Human. Thank you for becoming a supporter. That's a tricky place right there to get a screw. I don't know how well you can see that. Taking that lid off, at least you can kind of see down in there. I think I just have one more to go. Is it one more or two more? Two more. Oh, wait. Oh, wait a minute. This board, I forgot. This board has an extra mounting hole, so we will use that extra standoff. Aha. See, I'm not paying attention. I'm working too quick. I'm going to just quickly take these screws out of here because I need to take the board back out for just a second. You see, this is why we, that one wasn't even turned. That wasn't even turned, Carey. Decided to get lazy and bring out the electric driver here to get the screws out. Light work out of it. So that's why they included the extra standoff. So we're just going to pop this out here for just a second. Set it over here. You see, on the bottom of this board right here, there's not normally a screw here. Right there. But some boards have it. Now, look, you don't have to put that screw in. I like to do something in a technique I like to call the right way. And so, yes, if I have to take it back out, even though it doesn't really matter, because that's what it is to do it right, well, that's just my pride getting in the way. If this was a machine I was building for myself, then I want to make sure that I do everything correctly for me, and I would not do it any differently for anybody I build a computer for, or even give a computer away to. I always do everything to the same standard, even if it's overkill. So these parts exist for a reason. The engineers put a hole there for a reason. And while you could dismiss it, I'm not going to. So there. There's no argument to be had. My business, it's my standards. And if you work for me, you will do the work to my standards. Or you won't work for me. And do you know where I learned that? From everybody I ever worked for. Just saying. Now this little socket that fits on top, I don't really need that. I've got my own socket specifically for this job right here. It's a little 5mm, and we just want to make sure that we put that on. righties tighties, and we'll tighten that down. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. And that'll go back in the drawer for next time. I got a feeling that's not the last time you're going to see that tool. Hopefully the last time you see it today, though. All right, where was I? Just putting this board in. Oh no, it's so difficult. But Uncle Carey does need to wear his glasses to get these little tiny pins lined up there. There's one center pin that gets lined up. The customer will get that little socket, though. If the customer should decide to work on this on their own, they should have everything they need other than the motivation. Cannot provide that to people. I want customers to come back to me because they want to, not because they have to. It's not like a gym membership where you're forced to use the service or not. You're still paying for it. I don't like that kind of business model. If you've got to get people to sign contracts in order to sustain your business model, you got a bad business model. That's my opinion. All right, so I'm just getting these all started one more time. Few more screws here, and then I will tighten them down, and we can set this back up on its feet, and you can see what it looks like with the board in. That's a lot of screws, but it is a big board. We'll say. Not unjustifiable. And it ain't going nowhere. It's not going to warp. With all those screws holding it evenly flat against the back of the motherboard tray. That's going to keep it nice and straight, especially you put a big old heavy video card on it. You got to consider how much weight you're distributing on the screws you're using to mount your board. So if you're one of those people that's like, it only needs one screw, it only needs 2 screws, and then you turn around and put a 5-pound video card hanging on the side of it, you might find your both your video card and your motherboard warping drastically over time. So those screws aren't just there for fun. The engineers have done the math, and that is what they've equated to being required for years and years of stability, rock solid, no warping, all that stuff. So there it is. It's looking good. Looking real good. All right. The only thing I don't like about these packages is there's no way to reseal them. So I suppose I could just put that in there and then take this, fold it in half. And this is where you got to get MacGyvery. This is the kind of stuff you learn in the 80s. Somewhere I have stapler. There, now they won't fall out. Okay. Cable time. It's cable time. Looks like a bird did a duty on the back of that board. Weird design choice. Bird duty's cool now. Let's see. Go to the back of this board here, which I cannot see because it's so dark in there. Bear with me for a second. Buns of Wisdom said, I always wanted to see Carey build a mini ITX build. Well, hey, there's only about 5 of them on this channel. So there's the Train PC, the mini, the N-Case M1, then there's another M-Case N1, and then there's the 2 NZXT H210s. That's 5, right? And there's probably like 2 more on top of that. There's no shortage of mini ITX builds here. All right, let's see. somewhere back here, this cable's going to go. Oh, it's going to go all the way up on the top. Let's see. I see. Probably should have put this on first. I'll tell you what, just for the sake of you guys being able to see what I'm doing, and to make my life a little easier, I'm going to pop that power supply back out. We're going to hook these cables up for you so you can see. Because it's so easy to just take stuff in and out of this case. What's the big deal? Is your computer this easy to work on? Probably not. Set those there for now. And we'll just slide this bad boy out of here. And here's the back of the power supply. I'm going to bring this up to the camera and show you. This is where I'm going. Right up here it says motherboard. CPU power there and additional CPU power here. We need both of those. Then the rest of these are going to be, these are your video card power, these two where my finger is, where they join there. And then the rest over here, that's all just stuff like SATA power for things like the fans or RGB or a DVD drive, which we can't put in here. Powering a liquid cooler, stuff like that, your SATA power connectors. So what I want to do is just take the end of this that's split, right? This is the end that goes to the motherboard, this solid one. This end that's split, it's going to go right here where it says motherboard. And it's the only connector on the back of this power supply that's in that shape. So you can't plug it in the wrong place and you cannot plug it in upside down. And the one right next to it is for the small connector. Well, how do I know it's the one over here and not the one over here? Because the one over here is only 8 pins and the one over here is 10 pins. And last I checked, you cannot put a 10-pin plug into an 8-pin socket. It's just not going to work. You can't get it wrong. Now we have the two CPU power connectors. They're identical. One end goes to the power supply and one end goes to the motherboard. How do you know which end is which? Does it matter? It matters, yes. On this cable and on every modular power supply cable, it's going to say on one end, either power supply or CPU, this says CPU. And you see how it's split into two fours? That's because some motherboards only want 4 pins instead of 8. This side doesn't split like that. That's one solid piece, and it says PSU right on the back of it there. That's the end that goes to the power supply unit, or the PSU. And both cables are identical. And so, well, this is a little confusing because it says CPU on the back of the power supply, and it says CPU here. You'd think you put CPU to CPU, but you don't. That's not what they mean. What they mean is you plug CPU power. The CPU power cable goes in where it says CPU on the back of the power supply. And you go, well, which end of this is the CPU power cable goes to the power supply? The end that says PSU. That's the logic that's used here. Whether or not it's flawed, that's how engineers think. And the other cable's exactly the same. Most of you would only use one of these. These newer boards, especially if they're Z790s, they have the option of adding a second. And usually it's an option, and it's primarily there for providing extra power in the case of overclocking. This is not going to be overclocked. However, since we have the cable and we have the ability, I would rather have it and not need it than the other way around. Okay, so now power supply end goes here, and we're done. Now I can put the power supply back in, route the cables, plug it in, hook up our front port umbilicals, power it on. Bada boom, bada bing, we're done. I don't know, I just became Italian. I was watching a comedian earlier today. He's been around a long time. His name is Rocky Laporte. Is that his name? Rocky, come on now. Dry Bar, the YouTube channel Dry Bar, just posted, and I forgot all about him. He's been around, he's got to be around 20 years. Yeah, I got his name right. Rocky Laporte. you guys watch comedians, you might recognize him. He's been around a long time, and he's very, very New York Italian kind of guy. Love that style. And I was just so thrilled to see him again because I forgot about him. I'm like, I remember this guy. And let's see if I turn that on. Yeah, you should absolutely watch this guy. Hilarious. All right. I don't want to get a copyright violation, so you just get a little taste. You can go back and you can freeze frame that if you want all the details of how to find that video. Unless you don't like to laugh, in which case, don't watch that. Look at me going for 48 minutes and actually getting done. Normally, I'd still be here telling you about what's going on with the channel and things that I'm working with behind the scenes, but today we're right to work. Now, there is a switch on the back of this power supply I did not mention. It's pretty common these days that the higher end power supplies have the ability for you to have the power supply fan only come on when it's needed, or to just let the power supply fan run all the time. And that's what the switch is for. The switch puts it into basically a hybrid or an eco mode, where if the power supply is not running hot and it doesn't need the fan to run, it turns the fan off. And that's what I recommend, because there's no sense bringing in dirt and dust into your power supply when it doesn't need it. And you'll extend the length of time between when you need to blow the dust out of the power supply. All the air the power supply draws in from the bottom of the case only goes in the power supply. It does not go into your computer case. It's something very few YouTube channels on tech ever talk about. When they talk about PC cooling or they talk about positive or negative air pressure, they never ever mention the power supply, which is a pretty important component. And there's really not much you can do with regards to the fan on the bottom of the power supply, or on the top of the power supply if you mounted it upside down. And yet the temperature of that is ignored. The airflow in it is ignored. And everybody just obsesses with the fans in their case and the fans on their CPU and the thermal compound, where they completely ignore the entirely sealed ecosystem that is the power supply, that really should have your obsession. This other stuff is overkill. We don't need all these fans. This is all nonsense. We're not dealing with research grade MIT experimental hardware. This is consumer-based hardware, folks. Consumer. This isn't going into a rocket. You guys are doing some really over-the-top nonsense, in my opinion. Customers don't pay me to do that. That's something a hobbyist does at home, spending money they don't need to spend to do work they don't need to do, that has no impact on their system except how it looks. And in the meantime, the heart, the bloodline of the system, the power supply, is completely ignored. It's a weird world we live in, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm just speechless. If we don't talk about it, then we don't know. And if we don't know, then we can't obsess over it, and therefore everything's going to be fine. Yes, that's the logic they use on the internet. We don't worry about what we don't know. But we will worry about stuff we don't need to worry about because we know about it. I have to laugh. I have to laugh because otherwise I'll just break down and cry. All right, guys. This is so easy. Oh my gosh. So easy. I've been due for an easy job for a while. I think I might be a little giddy. Like, oh my gosh, when you actually buy good parts and you spend a few dollars more, it's not that it costs a lot. It's a few dollars more, and all of a sudden, everything is easy. I don't need to do anything to this case. I don't need to add any fans to it. It's already got more than it needs. I don't have to cut any holes or do any mods. Everything just fits. I don't have to cut my hands up or try and get my hands to fit in a little teeny tiny space. There's a lot of room in here. So nice. Just saying. I might have a different perspective than you guys watching at home. You work on 100 computers in 3 months and let me know what you think when you get to one that's hard to work on and one that's easy. Suddenly the easy one is worth whatever you paid for it. You're like, hey, that was fun. I really enjoyed it. Think of the money you save on Band-Aids. Okay. Bench is just a little too tall, or I'm a little too short. Come on now. Probably should have put this one on first. I think it's something else I should have done. I should have laid this case flat. My life would be so much easier if I worked on this the way I do when I'm not on camera. And you guys can't see anything anyway, so what difference does it make to you? That was so much easier. Okay. Now, check this out. Check this out. Look. See this? See this? Look. This goes in here. Look. Goes in here. Huh? What that? Look. This goes in here. Look. See here? This goes down here. This goes here. Slide that through the loop. That's the hardest part of the job. Bend it in on itself. Cabling done. How about this one? You want to do this one? Okay, let's do this one. Look. Watch. In there. That in there. Well, it looks like we're not quite in the right spot for this one, so that's all right. We'll save that one for another day. This one, just put that through here. You watching? That through here. Boom, done. How about this one right here? Run it through here. Why isn't every case like that? Why? Because it costs more and nobody wants to spend the extra 10 bucks. That's why. It's cheaper to do it yourself if your time is worth nothing. And it's not like you're ever going to just do it once. You're going to be getting in there again and again and again for upgrades, replacements, and repairs. That pays for itself so soon after you buy a computer. Very few people build their own computer and then never open it up again. The people who do that are the people that buy pre-builts, right? They buy a pre-built. Most people who buy pre-builts never open them. They never do an upgrade. It just runs. It usually doesn't even need repairs. It just gets old and has to be replaced. But people that build their own, do yourself a favor. Don't you deserve nice things? It's only $10 more. You can't come up with the 10 bucks, but you'll spend $50 on zip ties over the next 10 years. Hey man, you do you. I don't get it. I just don't get it. All right, so come back around. These are all our front port umbilicals. That's going to be our USB, your power switch, power LED, assuming it's got a power LED and a hard drive LED. I don't even put that over there. Take a moment to untangle everything here. Now you'll see these are already cabled down from the factory for us. However, the problem is that may not be the efficient place for those cables to go. It might be and it might not be, but we can easily undo the Velcro and move them around if we want to take up extra slack. For example, we may not want this cable to come up from the bottom. We might want it to come up right here. So what we want to do is fold it in on itself underneath the Velcro zip ties, and then have that move right across the side to keep the cable management nice and clean. It's not a big deal. You're not cutting zip ties. And you know, sometimes when you cut the zip ties, you cut into your wire and then you're screwed. This is all fans. That's our ARGB. Everything's already hooked up. That's already plugged in for us. Thank you, NZXT. All the fans are all plugged into each other, so you only have one power cable. Thank you, NZXT. That is not sarcasm. I sincerely mean thank you. You know, the power switch, the reset switch, the hard drive LED, the power LED, they always go on in the same orientation. Why do we have to put them on in pairs? The power cable gets split between positive and negative, and you have to, you know, really tiny, fine little tiny fingers and the little tiny pins. NZXT puts it on one block. That's everything. There's your 8 wires in one block in the standard pinout configuration. Just plug this one connector on the motherboard, and guess what? You just hooked up your power switch, your reset switch, your power LED, and your hard drive LED. Was that so hard? How come NZXT is the only company that does this? Remember that extra 10 bucks? You're also getting that. And they used to, although I don't see one in this case, they used to give you a little breakout for this to split them back to the old school way if you had a weird motherboard that wouldn't take them in this order. I've never seen a motherboard that doesn't take them in this order in the last 10 years. So I don't know who that's for. So anyway, it doesn't look like they're including it anymore. And good riddance. This is how it should be. Tell us what you really think, Carey. So look, I'm going to feed that right up through here, right up through there. I got to get my glasses because it's really dark and tiny in there. This only goes on in one direction. There's a pin that's missing, and there's a pin that's missing here. So you align the missing pins together, and you slide it on. Boom, power switch, reset switch, hard drive LED, power LED. They're all hooked up. One cable. That's it. You can't even put it on backwards. It's not even possible. Was that so hard? Why is it only NZXT doing this? Why is this not an industry standard? There's our front port audio cable. That's the same as they've always been, but some cases don't give you a hole back here to route the cable because it always goes in somewhere in this corner on a motherboard. Once again, you're going to have a missing pin. This one's the second row in, second pin in from the edge, and it's either going to be a missing pin on the top or a missing pin on the bottom, depending on the motherboard. This board has the missing pin on the top. So we align that. It only goes on in one direction. It will not go on any wrong way. It's a friction fit. There's no clip or anything. You just push it on. Done. Look how clean our cabling is. Are you kidding me right now? Why isn't every, I guess I've said this already. Why aren't they all like this? Here is our USB 3 cable right through there. I can just run that, and I'll clean it up in the cable track when I have 30 seconds later. But that's just going to plug in right there. Now check this out. On the top of this case, we have a USB Type-C. Now that has a different connector. A lot of cases don't come with a USB Type-C because it adds cost to the case. But when you spend that extra 10 bucks for your case, that's what you're getting. Suddenly that extra 10 bucks is seeming like a bargain now when you see all the extras you're getting instead of just shopping for the cheapest price. Because if you compare what you're getting for the price, you're actually getting a better value here. Better quality materials, better overall paint job, better fit and finish, better cable management, easier to work on, more roomy to put more things. I could put a radiator up here, I could put a radiator here, and I mean big ones, right? On both the front and the top if I wanted to. I've got a full 7 slots back here for a full-size ATX, which means I could put a micro ATX or even a mini ITX in here if I wanted to. That's how accommodating this case can be to your future needs. Now, where's my little USB Type-C plug? It's right there, right next to our power. So if I spin this around, you'll see what they've done here is they've brought this down to the bottom, and we need it all the way over here. We need it to come up here. And what they've done is they've zip tied it for some reason with the rest of these cables. And I've got to cut that zip tie in order to have enough length on that cable to make it reach. The zip ties feel a little unnecessary when you've got such a nice cable management track. So, you know, NZXT isn't perfect. They shouldn't have done that. I don't mind if they zip tied all the other cables together, but they should have left out this Type-C, because a lot of motherboards that take these are going to take them up here towards the top. Yeah, you know what? Well, I'm in there. 2 birds, 1 stone, right? Do you like me now? Huh? That's what I'm talking about. There. Straighten that out. That there like that. Run that through here like that. Oh, I need this free though. I think. Wait, that actually might work. Let's do it that way. There's a little cover, a little dust cover. Get rid of that. And yeah, we'll just run it out right. Actually, I think it's got to go up this way. Might make more sense for me to do this. Watch me work. Look at that. Oh, that's so much better. That way. And then this little guy right here is going to plug in right there. He only goes on one way, so if it doesn't fit, flip him around. And it just plugs in. The system is done. We are completely, oh no, wait, I gotta hook up the fans, don't I? Okay, so the fans, once again, we can, once we're done with this, oh, we got a little wire tie there. So we'll do this cleanup with a zip tie, and then that's gonna go in here. But just for now, so we can get this up and running, there's our ARGB, which our motherboard should support, I think. Do we have an ARGB plug on here? Yes, addressable LED all the way in the back. So we can run that right there and plug it in right there. And now we can control all the RGB on the case with the motherboard software if we want to. We don't have to hook this up. We could use just the default controller by pushing a button, usually somewhere. But since we can do this, let's do it. This cable does not want to go on. Come on now, what's the problem here? There it is. Okay, and then fan power right here. We just have one fan power connector. We probably have a fan connector down here we can use, maybe. Yeah, we've got one right there. We also have one right up here, too. We got 1, 2, 3 up at the top. 4th one we're using. We've got one here. And 1, 2 here. I think I'm going to go to this bottom one because it's just a cleaner look. Just plug that in. Right here. Just like that. Look. Look. Everything's hooked up. And apart from just this little thing here, which I just tire and stick in here, it's cable management is going to take me 3 minutes. Come on. I wouldn't hate RGB so much if it was all put together like this. I'm curious, is that rear case fan also plugged into the 3 front fans? Because usually they're not. Ah, it is not. That cable for the rear case fan needs to be plugged in on its own. And what they've done is they've run the cable through here to keep it from getting caught up on anything in shipping. I mean, I'm not even using that cable track, that whole side. So to plug this in, once again, if we look at where we have fan headers, I have one right here I could use. I have one here, but it's nowhere to hide the cable if we use that one. So that's going to look ugly. And we don't have enough cable. I don't think we have enough to run this straight down, but let me just double check. Let's just take it out of here for a minute and see, can we run it straight down and up? Oh. Can we just plug it next to this one on the bottom? We can. Look at that. It's just a 3-pin fan on a 4-pin header, no big deal. Either one works, 3 pins or 4 pins. Done. And check this out. If I want to hide this cable, just stick it in here. Look, check that out. All nice and straight. I made that too tight now. Hold on. Let's straighten it first, then make it tight. I could even put a little zip tie in there to clean it up a little bit more. Look, now everything is 100% connected. It's basically all done. I did the whole job in 1 hour and 10 minutes, guys. Everything is done in 1 hour and 10. Let's go ahead and make sure the power supply is off. So there's the button I mentioned on the back of the power supply. They call it 0 RPM fan mode. Hey, that makes more sense than eco mode or hybrid mode. That tells you exactly what it's doing, except it doesn't stay at 0 RPM. It turns the fan on when the power supply gets hot enough to require it. So don't worry, you're not turning the fan off permanently. You're just turning it off when the power supply is not running hot, reducing the amount of dust and stuff bringing in there, okay? And then I need a keyboard and a mouse. I need a monitor. We need internet. We'll plug that in here. And monitor. Set my case panel right on top of this cable. We're using onboard video on this build. Let's see, keyboard and a mouse. Keyboard and a mouse. Right here. Take that. Turn this on. I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to use one of these up here. You know what? Because I can. I want to make sure they work. And then we're going to come over here to OBS. We're going to turn our HDMI input on. And we're going to take camera 1 and we'll stick me up in a corner. Bad Carey, get in the corner. It wasn't me. And then I'm going to hit the power button. Problem is, I haven't turned the power supply on yet. So let's turn the power supply on. Power button. There it goes. There it goes. All 3 fans on the front are turning. Rear fan is turning. Power supply fan is turning. Everything is hooked up properly. I have a power light up here, as I should. And hopefully we're going to get some video out of this, or it's going to be a real short trip. There it is. All right. Sorry, I had a Millennium Falcon Harrison Ford moment in my head there. All right, let's put the flashlight back. Dust cover over there. We're done. That's it. Covers go back on it. System is complete. That's all there is to it. Now I have another one to build, and that one's going to be in white. Otherwise, it's the exact same case, the exact same cabling. Everything is exactly the same. Same RAM, same CPU. I might use a different solid state drive, but that's going to be under the heatsink and you don't see it anyway. Video cards can't sag in this case, says John Paul Bacon. Oh, they can. Oh, absolutely. Video cards can sag in this case, but for those cards, they do sell video card supports, which this case should have no problem accommodating. Because when the video card is hanging off the edge here with nothing supporting it this way, at least the motherboard isn't going to give. The only thing that can give is the video card. So if the video card's big and heavy, there are optional video card supports that go basically into the shroud and hold up your card so that it will stay straight. The monitor, this is something I've never done in a computer before. I don't have any experience with it. There's no particular standard on how this is done. The company kind of makes it up, and my appreciation to the commenter who mentioned that these were available. I think I got the last two. So one will go in the white build and one is going to go in this black build. I hope they fit. They should be super easy to install. I've never done this before. So let's see what it's like. Open this up. And what we have is a very thin 13.3-inch screen, which I'll set over here. And we have some mounting rails, I guess is what that is. We have some sticky tape. Yes. We have the cable. This is a proprietary cable that only works with certain ASRock motherboards and this monitor. These motherboards just so happen to have the connector. Let's try it out. And what else do we have? Oh, these little sticky things here, which I think you mount the sticky things to the glass on your case. And then the rail mounts onto the other end. And then I think the monitor slides in between the rails. I think that's how it's going to work. Looks pretty straightforward. We don't get much in the way of directions here. You could put the monitor vertical or horizontal. It's your choice. I don't want to cover too much of the RGB up, so I think what I'll do, let's see here. Let's take a look at what this is going to look like and a picture it first before we do anything permanent with sticky tape. Paul O'Brien with a €5 contribution. He says, I enjoy your live streams. They're education as always. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Paul. Thanks for supporting the channel. Let me step around so I can take a look at what we're thinking of doing here. And I'll go ahead and pull this cable because I don't need anything tying us down. There's not really much to see, more or less from the bottom to about here. Because above this is where, you know, if you have RGB RAM, you're going to see that. There is some RGB below the motherboard right about here towards the back, but it's very subtle. I'm not worried about covering that up. I wouldn't want to put the monitor too high and then it would block, you know, seeing the fan turning, and I'd like to be able to see that. So let me pull the screen off here. And let's take a look. Just set that here. No, this isn't precarious at all. Okay, so here's our screen. Hey, Wilhelm Gordon with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Wilhelm. What I'm thinking is we put the screen in. Oh boy. I think we put the screen somewhere like, I don't know, down on the bottom here maybe. And so when we put this in, it'd kind of look like something like that. So then the screen would be down here. What do you guys think? I think that's the way to do it. We could move the screen closer to the front, but then that's going to sort of block the RGB on those fans on the inside. Or we could kind of center it if we wanted to center it. Maybe centering it would be ideal. Let's see what it would look like. We put it in the middle. Yeah, maybe in the middle is where we want it. So I think what I'm going to have to do this is clear some space on my bench so I can lay the glass panel down. This was on like, oh. Like that. I think it was like that. One side has a little ridge on it. And then right there is where our connector goes. And that's going to provide the video cable signal and power. So let's move this out of the way. Let's move this out of the way. Here. And let's see. Lay the glass panel down here like this. And just want to know the orientation of these rails. Eugene says hello. Hey, Eugene, welcome in. Please make sure your PC case contains a transparent tempered glass side panel. Gee, you think? What does it say to do? Attention, 2 brackets are now clung to the panel. Beware of dropping the panel when you remove them. Yeah. Take out the 2 mounting brackets and 2 retaining rubber strips from the box. Both are required for either the vertical or horizontal display. Oh, so the rubber goes on the opposite side of the brackets. So the brackets go on the long side, and then the rubber retaining strips, those go on the short sides of the monitor. Paste. Oh, wait. Take 1 bracket, peel the blue plastic liner off. Do not touch the adhesive surface. Do not peel off the black strip behind the blue plastic liner. The black strip allows you to easily remove the bracket. Oh. Place the bracket at the desired location on the inside of the PC panel. Press and hold the bracket for a few seconds to ensure adhesion. Be sure to leave enough space above, allowing the EDP panel to be placed. Okay? Then install the other bracket. On the top edge of the panel, make sure the screen is facing the same side as the sticker. And peel the blue plastic liner off. Hold the sides of the panel. Obliquely insert it into the groove at the bottom of the bracket, then carefully push it towards the gusset until the top bracket is adhesed. If you install them correctly, from the screen side, the silver mylar at the bottom of the EDP panel will be fully covered by the bracket. Okay? Then it wants us to paste the rubber strips paste the rubber strips closely along the edges of the EDP panel so that it is securely framed and won't shift or slide. Attention, do not paste the rubber strip onto the black strip at the bracket end, so you can grasp and stretch the black strip to easily remove the bracket when needed. Okay. Well, it's all just stickers. I think I can handle stickers. Does it explain to us which side is up on this thing? Which side is down? Let's see. We put this in towards the bottom. That's the top. Which side of the screen is the top side? Something like that, I think. Let's take a look here and see. Go in 3 inches from that side. It's 3.5. This is up there. That's 3.5. That's pretty close to being right in the middle, I think. I don't know. This connector is supposed to be at the top or the bottom. I guess I could rotate the screen anyway, or I can flip the thing around. They don't really tell us which side of the monitor is the top, although the printing here, printing towards me, so I'm going to guess that connector stays at the bottom. So, peel off this. I'm going to go very lightly so I can make adjustments. Go. See, I think that's too far to one side. Pretty well it right there, I think. Very gently. I don't want to push it down yet in case I want to move it over 3.5 on that side. Under 3.5, so it's got to go this way. Come on now. Come on now. Barely pushed on it. Let's double check it. Oh, it's pretty much at 3.5 there. I think that's actually dead on. So now I can push down on this. Let me take the screen out. I don't want to do anything, damage the screen. And then aligning the top one should be super easy. I think that. Sure if they want me to put this in one direction or the other. And I can't tell if it can go either way. Is it ambidextrous? Because it's got a groove on each side. They don't seem to really identify what side is up. It shows the spare tape. We're on the left side, which is weird. Is it going in deeper the other side? Definitely isn't going to go that way. Yeah, I can't tell if it makes any difference to go one way or the other. Appears there's like a lip here. Guess we want that lip holding screen on. That would be my guess. Dan Nilsson with a 100 Swedish krona contribution in Super Chat. Thank you to Dan Nilsson. $328 of you watching right now. Welcome in, everybody. Now, in theory, I should just be able to peel the tape. Set this down. Should automatically be aligned like so. That monitor's not going anywhere. Takes care of that. And it wants me to put these rubber feet in on the left and the right. And the point of that is to keep the screen from sliding out as you move the computer around or tilt it. So the rubber feet here well, then what are these for? Doesn't tell me what this is in the instructions. It's not even part of the package contents. Package contents say I got 2 brackets, rubber strips, a panel, the cable, and the 5 cable clips. Please note the direction when you paste the bracket. Uh-oh. Put it in backwards. It's quite possible that they wanted these to go the other way And the reason I think that is I think they don't want you covering up. I don't think they want you covering up the basically it's going to leave a frame that might kind of cover the bottom of the picture. So I think these needed to go in exactly the opposite of how I put them, but they're on there really, really good. I don't really think it's that big of a deal one way or the other. Wait, it's really hard for me to tell. Because I would think you'd want the deeper side to hold the screen in stronger. If you install them correctly from the screen side, the silver mylar at the bottom of the panel will be fully covered by the bracket. If you install them correctly, the silver mylar, this stuff right down here, will be fully covered. Well, that's why I did it that way. All right, I think I did it right, but the instructions, the way I'm looking at them, looks like it wants me to turn them around the other way, so the shallow end faces the top. The way that they've done this diagram is backwards because they show the sticky side on the left, but then they show the thing going on to the right. So I don't know how to rotate that in my head. All right, well, let's keep moving. I still don't know what these are for. Cable and our rubber feet here. So let's put the rubber feet on next. Now in the directions, it shows the little black tabs being on the same side. But in order for me to do that, one of these brackets would have to be the other way, and I'm not sure which way that's supposed to be. But it looks like they want me to put it in sort of like that once the screen's in there, and that'll lock the screen in. Create kind of a frame here. Then we just cable it up, and I think we're done. I mean, it's just, I'm probably obsessing over something that doesn't really matter, but if there's a reason they have to be installed 180 degrees, I guess I'm going to find out when I turn it on. These instructions are not very clear on that. We have a super teeny tiny connector here on one end that goes to the back of the monitor. And I like that they give us a lot of cable because obviously it's going to leash your side panel onto the side of your case. When you get in there, you need to have enough slack to get the side panel out of your way. So that looks like they've done a good job there. Yeah, it's showing the bottom one going the other way around than the way I have it. Huh. According to this, I've got the top one in correctly, and the bottom one is in upside down. And of course, that was the hard one to place. And now it's never going to come off of there. Well, you know what? Let's just see what it looks like. I don't know. Slide this back in here. Oh, I guess we can peel this cover off. That's silver. That's the bottom of the screen where that tape is. And it looks like it's going to cover the tape up, which is really what they told us they wanted to do. But it shows these little pull tabs both being on my left side. Got a pull tab here on the left on the top. When you put these rubber bumpers, if you will, in, they don't want you putting these over those pull tabs. You want those pull tabs to stick out. So lift it up and place a little rubber stopper. And you want to be gentle. Don't push down hard on it because it's going to adhese once you do, until you know you've got it lined up right. It's right to me. And then we do the same thing on the other side. Like so. Lift up this tab. Set this down gently. We want to make sure we get all the way to the bottom of the panel. As far up against the screen as we can get it. All the way to the top. Okay. Our screen is installed. We take the short end of this cable. I think it wants to go on in this direction. And we close that down, that locks that cable on. And the other end is going to plug into that connector on our motherboard. They just don't explain what this is. I don't know what this is for. Oh, okay. So these are shorter brackets if you wanted to mount this vertically. So this appears to be some kind of a vertical kit. And then this piece right here looks like extra sticky tape as far as I can tell. Okay. Well, in theory, it should work. Let me put the case back up the table. We'll hook this up and see what she does. I'm going really slow for something that's a 5-minute job because I'm just not certain of orientation and centering it and how it's going to look and whether or not it's right side up or the brackets are right side up. It's a lot of inexact science there. Now on the motherboard, right here is our connector. Looks like connector goes, don't see a way up. Once again, I don't know which way is straight. There's a little door here that's got to open, I'm sure. Does it not open? No. Well, it looks like it just pushes up in there. We take this piece. We'll have to figure out a way to kind of keep the cable bunched up behind the screen so you don't see it. All right, well, that wasn't nerve-wracking. All right, so let's grab the power cable here and slide that on. Keyboard and mouse are still plugged in from yesterday. We can grab the internet cable here and plug that in. And I need an HDMI cable to the capture card. And we'll flip the switch to on, hit the power button. Oh, gonna have to clean this. I already got my fingerprints all over it. And in theory, we should see something down here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I mean, if I put those brackets on backwards in any way, I can't tell. And I suspect this is just mirroring our desktop right now. Kind of thinking, I mean, I don't know how this is in practicality, but if the screen were moved all the way to the edge here, I think we'd be able to see these fans a little better. I just don't know. You know, there's a part of me that wants to center it, right? Which is why I centered it. But now that I'm looking at it, I really just see the two top fans from the inside. So maybe when we do the white one, we'll put it right into the corner. I don't know. What do you think? And then what we can put here, if you wanted to, would be like our resource monitor. We can hit Control-Alt-Delete, go to the task manager, bring up the resource monitor, move it over here to screen number 2, and let that show our CPU, RAM, disk, and network usage on here. No special software is needed. If you don't want to, just run that. But this is just mirroring right now what the HDMI cable is putting out to the capture card. So we got 2 monitors showing the same screen right now. That is really super easy. 3 of you say it looks good in the, no, 2 of you say it looks good in the center. 3 of you say it looks good in the center. 1 says it looks good in the corner. Mark thinks it looks good in the center. Yeah, I don't know. Part of me Part of me thinks I should have moved it to the left, only because, not that there's anything to see over here anyway, it's just that one RGB fan. But you can see that smoke screen, you can see through that, no problem. It's not really affecting our ability to see the screen or the brightness. Does it show up as a second screen in Windows? Yes, yeah, it's exactly what it shows up as. So if we bring up this desktop, we can go take a look at that and we can change how we utilize it. So if I come over here to, let me go to OBS. Let's turn on HDMI input. Let me take myself and put myself in a corner. So, and let's see, let me go full screen on the HDMI input for me on this side of the camera so I can see the mouse. Let's go to right click, display settings. Yeah, monitors 1 and 2. It's on duplicate. Let's extend these displays. And then let's hit Control-Alt-Delete. Where did my picture go? Is it asking me on this screen in here? Is that why I can't see it? Yeah, that's what happened. So my menu came up over here. Let me go to Task Manager. And let me move this to screen 1. Whoops. I want to duplicate, I want to extend. Okay. Keep these settings. Yes, I want to keep these settings. And what I want to do, essentially, drag that back over. Close that down. And bring up my performance. Go to the resource monitor. Everything's opening on the other screen. That's fine. That's where I wanted it to go anyway. And have it look like that. And so while I'm using the computer, I can see my resources at a moment's glance. And it's, you know, the full screen of screen 1 is monitor 1 is available to me to use as I normally would. And I can glance over here and see what's going on with all my usage information. And then I don't have to run overlay software or anything like that that can interfere with my picture. Carlos thinks that's the correct position for that monitor. Doman says he's not seeing this as being very practical. Well, if you had your computer on your desk, right, it's difficult for me to show it to you because if I'm showing it to you, I can't see it. But when you're using your computer, you're not showing it to anybody like I am. So if you had this computer on your desk and you had it off to the right or to your, you know, it would have to be on your right side, then you could have this at an easy glance for you. Now, whether or not that's something you would benefit from, I mean, it's sort of like saying, I don't eat asparagus, so I don't understand why it's being sold. Because it doesn't fit your particular use case scenario, doesn't mean nobody can. So maybe for you, it's a complete waste of time and money for you. But for somebody else, it may be something that benefits them in productivity, such as video editors and things of that nature. Or it may just be a fun little thing to do as a project, or even as a gamer to have information off to the side. Or if you wanted to take this computer without a monitor and just take it somewhere and plug it in with a keyboard and mouse, you wouldn't have to drag along a monitor. You could just run off the internal monitor. And again, whether or not that's practical depends on what you need the computer to do. So Peter Lightcock says he thinks that putting it in the middle is the right place. Okay, well, you convinced me. Kevin Smith says it'd be handy. It means I'd have one main monitor on my desk and use the PC as the second monitor. Well, not only that, you could hook up additional monitors as well, traditional monitors. This isn't taking away any of your ports in the back. So, but that's how that looks. And yeah, now we can start building on the white one. This one is done except for the cable management, which is very, very little that I have to do here on the back. And the back panel goes on. I stick a date of I put a sticker that has the month and the year I built it up in the corner so that when years go by and the customer says to me, hey, do you remember when we built this? I don't know, was it 6 months ago? Oh no, it was 3 years ago. You know, having the date on there is one final step I'll take. And then I'll put the instructions. These are just cable clips is all these are. So you can stick these in your case if you want to hold your spare cable. And I might revisit that when I do the cable management, just to make sure that the cable stays out of the way. And then the extra brackets, that'll all go into the motherboard box and will go with the customer. So I can shut this one down. So we'll go to start and then shut down. There we go. And then in just a minute, we should see the lights turn off. I think I did a restart instead of a shutdown. Whoopsie. That's exactly what I did. You do that again. It's difficult to work on a screen as small as what I have to see when I'm live with you guys. Bear with me here just a second. You go to start. Come on now, where is it? Okay, shut down. That should shut her down. There it goes, now it's off. All right, now that is an ASRock proprietary connector that only goes on to certain ASRock motherboards that have that connector. You can't just put that on any motherboard, and you can't just put it on any ASRock motherboard. It has to be that ASRock screen, no other screen will work. And it has to be on a compatible ASRock motherboard, which I think they only got about 4 motherboards, maybe 6 that have that connector. If that's something you want, be sure you buy the right motherboard that supports it. This is nothing new. They came out with this a few months ago. I'm hoping the reason Newegg is sold out isn't because they stopped making it because it didn't sell well. I mean, this is a Z790 motherboard, which is a current version of motherboard. And I'm just assuming that they ran out of inventory and they will stock them again. Okay, but that's all there is to it. It's very simple to install that, as I figured it would be. And yeah, with that, let me get this off the bench and let's start building the white one. As I mentioned, I do want to pull the storage drive I'm using in this to replace with the fanxiang, and I'll have 2 of those arriving tomorrow. Oh, this thing got a little heavier. That glass, some weight to it. All right, so we're going to prep the motherboard first, of course. Let's see, these are the cables that go with this, and this will go with this. Keep all this together. I don't want to mix the parts for the 2 builds. Okay, here we go. Here's our new parts. So I've got a Crucial P5 M.2 drive. I don't know if it's Gen 3, Gen 4. I just need a placeholder, you know, until those fanxiang drives arrive tomorrow. I could take 2 of those fanxiang drives out of the RAID controller. They got to take all the screws, you know, 6 screws out, undo them, and then tomorrow when the 2 new ones come in, put them right back in there again. It just makes more sense for me to leave the RAID controller alone. And when the 2 come in tomorrow, the 2 NVMe's, I'll just pull the heat sinks off and pop them in there. So there's our Vulcan DDR5 RAM. There's our Core i5-13500 processor. We picked that up for $209. They're normally $247. Amazon had them for $209 for what, about a week or two. I let you guys know. They're not $209 anymore. They're back to $247. So I picked up 3, which is as many as they would let me buy. So we've got one going in each of the LiveMixer builds, and then the third one will go into the Cube build that needs a micro ATX board, and we'll just use DDR4 on that one because I just want it to be a much less expensive build, obviously. You can start adding up the dollars in your heads to understand exactly how much has been spent for me to make the 3 videos that you're going to see here. Actually, I guess it's 3 videos will be total on the LiveMixer. And then the Cube build will be another 1 video. So those videos are going to set me back about somewhere around $4,000. Imagine if you made a build every day, an average cost of parts of $1,000 per video. Let's say you do 3 videos a week. That's $12,000 you're spending every month. Hands up, man. All right, so there's our CPU. That's why I'm not doing as many builds. They're very expensive and they're very labor intensive. And usually when people are buying a computer from me, they're not paying me for any labor. They're just paying me for the parts. And I'm not marking the parts up. So it's something I can't afford to do. Can't afford to sell the parts at cost and do the work for free and have it take 3 days from start to finish and be able to maintain that without going homeless. I take this piece out of the box because we want to reuse the box for holding documentation and whatnot. And I should still have the BIOS update on the flash drive because we know this will be likely out of, it'll have an older BIOS, an out-of-date BIOS like the other one did, probably. Hey, there's DJ Big Red with $9.99. He says, I can't wait to see the second one as well. Yeah, we're going to have a identical twin here, one black and one white. Thank you for your contribution, DJ Big Red. And then on DJ Big Red's PC repair, I'll make a follow-up video. That one's still not quite done yet. I've got some cable management still waiting to be done. But I will make a shorter follow-up video on what that looks like once it's all complete and ready to be delivered back. Kind of a big difference. Charlie likes the center as well. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to just put this one on the center as well. That's what everybody seems to like, and I'm warming up to it now that I'm seeing it. I can leave that on there. Let's see here. Set that over there. Set that over there. All of our spare documentation and whatnot will go in here. I want to put all the M.2 screws in so they don't get lost. We got SATA cables, documentation. We've got a Go Faster sticker, some Velcro ties. Set this box over here, and I'll put the documentation like this Intel documentation. That'll go in there. So I suppose the first thing I want to do is to get these screws put in. Again, we have 5 of these really small M.2 screws. And the Hope everybody's having a good Saturday today. This should be a pleasurable build, as it was basically, it's going to be the same build as we did yesterday. The only difference is we did the motherboard prep in a different build. So this will be hopefully everything all in one. Motherboard prep and install. This screw, there's what appears like an M.2 slot, but it's a Wi-Fi card slot. But it needs the same screw as the M.2s. We have 4 M.2 and then 1 for the M2 Wi-Fi, for a total of 5 screws needed. And then underneath this heatsink are 2 more M.2 slots. That off. We're going to leave the tape on there because we're not putting anything in there today. And I put these in because these are the things the customers lose. So we just put them in here. So if and when the day comes that they want to put a drive in here, we're not trying to hunt down M.2 screws because they're not always the same, depending on the motherboard manufacturer. I do wish they just came pre-installed, but it's not a big deal. On average, it's about 3 days build time on most computers between motherboard prep, software install and updates and optimization and drivers and BIOS and configuration, along with installation into the case, the cable management, buying and activating Windows 10 or 11. All of this takes time. And then, of course, there's a few hours in getting it boxed up, loaded into the car, taken over to FedEx, waiting in line, getting it shipped, getting the receipt, scanning the receipt when I get home, creating an email, attaching the receipt to the email, and then creating a shortcut link so the customer doesn't have to enter that tracking number, so they just have to click the link, see the status of their package, and then finally the job is done. And that's just not something sustainable to do all of that labor for free, but I do it occasionally. Now, when I build computers for the clients I maintain, it's an investment for me because my clients are paying me a flat rate to manage their offices. And if their office computers are hokey or difficult to work on or unreliable, then I'm making less money since they're paying me a flat rate. So if I sell them a computer at cost or even less than cost to encourage them to buy my computer, then that means the retainer they put me on is more profitable for me since the computers I build are more reliable and very, very easy to work on. So for now, I'm going to take this crucial M.2 drive and I'm going to put it in here. I was trying to debate if I should go this way, but right now it doesn't matter. I'm going to just go ahead and put it here for now. It's just a placeholder, give us somewhere to install the OS and get everything tested and configured. And then when those fanxiang drives arrive tomorrow, I'll replace both of these with those. And then I'll probably do a clean install on both of them just to be safe, along with updates, make sure everything's activated. Then they'll be good to go. And that takes care of our 5 M.2 screws. Can't postpone my show waiting for parts to arrive, you know? I got to do the show. And if I got to substitute some parts for the show so the show can happen, then that's what I have to do. If I wasn't doing a show, then the customer would wait till the parts arrived, and I wouldn't do the work until the parts arrived. So there's a little bit different of a workflow for making the YouTube videos. I can put the CPU in now. Take that cover off of there. That will go in the motherboard box, because if you ever need to send this back under warranty, you absolutely have to take your RAM and CPU and M.2 drives out. You also need to take out your M.2 screws. They will not return them to you. And then you need to cover all those delicate pins up with that cover, or they'll void your warranty. And yeah, you're going to be buying yourself a new board at your own expense. Kind of an important thing to hold on to. Our CPU. Again, it's a 13500. These were $209. What a bargain. Okay. It's going to go in this way, the writing facing the bottom of the board. These modern 13th gen chips are quite a bit larger and heavier than like the 9th gen chips or the 8th gen chips. Those were like square, these are rectangular. They're a good 50% larger. All right, we're gonna pull down the lever and latch it. This goes in the motherboard box over there. We'll open up all the RAM sockets. Ready to do that. This is our stock cooler that came included with our CPU. That cardboard flap was really wedged under the heatsink. Here, hold that for me. Look at that, that was wedged in there. Thermal compound has already been applied by Intel. We want to straighten this cable out, and we want to orient this so that the cable is going to be facing the shortest distance to where it's plugging in, which is right over here. So the heatsink can be installed any of 4 different ways, but you really want it installed so your cable doesn't have to go around the fan, because that can interfere with the fan through moving the computer. And it also makes the cabling look terrible. So for aesthetics, we also run the cable as close as we can to the connector. We'll use a nylon zip tie to clean that up. We just set that down, make sure that these little plastic posts here align with the holes in the motherboard surrounding the CPU socket. And then you're going to pick a corner, any corner, push straight down, should lock in. Then go to your opposite corner and push straight down. It does take a bit of strength. You can push it straight down. Then pick one of the other 2 remaining. That one locked in. You should hear it click. Finally, there. And it's on. And yeah, that cooler keeps this chip cool even with Prime 95 after 20 minutes, as we've proven in the previous video. David Graham contributes $2. He says, will the monitor work with an APU and a GPU? Yes, it will. At the same time, yes, it will. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the contribution. Yeah, if you add a graphics card to this, you get those ports on that graphics card, plus the ports on the internal graphics card, plus this graphics card here. So in theory, you could probably have 6 or 7 monitors hooked up to this if you added an external graphics and kept the internal graphics card turned on. Yep, yep. How many monitors do you want? 7 be enough? Ken wants to know, is the motherboard expensive? Links for all the parts are in the video description. I'd advise you to click on those links. I don't know where you live. I don't know if you're in a different country. I don't know what the current prices are. The rates vary depending on the exchange rate. And of course, I don't know what you think is expensive. These boards were at Newegg on sale. If you're asking me how much was the board, I can answer that question. The board was on sale for $199. Whether or not you think that's expensive, I can't tell you. And whether or not it's available at that price in your country, I don't know. And whether or not it's in stock right now and hasn't sold out, I do not know. But it was not in stock at Amazon. It was only available at Newegg. When I initially ordered it, I think it was $267. And hours after I ordered it, they dropped the price to $199. So I contacted Newegg customer service, and they gave me a $60 Amazon gift card. So what I decided to do was order another one at the $199 price with that $60 off. That made it, since I paid $267 or whatever it was for the first one, then I only had to pay the difference. So $199 minus that $60 gift card. And that's how I ended up with 2 of them. All right, A2 and B2. That's where our RAM modules are going. And that's it. Motherboard's done. Let's go ahead and get a power supply and a power switch on here. Let's fire it up and get Windows installed. Get the let's get the BIOS updated first, then Windows installed, assuming it fires up okay, which I'm sure it will. Yes, and plug it in here. I need a power supply. I'll just use this Silverstone power supply, but we will be installing an NZXT power supply. But we need a power supply that has 2 EPS 12-volt cables, CPU power. And I know that the NZXT power supply has 2. I know the Silverstone 750 has 2. So there's one. And there's the other one. And then our 24-pin power connector. That's going to go on right over here. And I think I left my key. Did I leave the? No, I was thinking I left this in the other computer. Good for me. I didn't pick it out. Put it back where it belongs. See? OCD. Putting stuff back where it belongs. We'll just plug that into any of these OPS USB ports back here. That's a lot of I/O. And let's see, I need a power cable and an HDMI cable. So let's grab that. Power cable right here. Make sure the switch is in the off position on the power supply. HDMI cable just hanging out right there conveniently for us. Right there, since we're using onboard video integrated graphics on our chip. And then I need my Windows 11 install media, which is, no. I want my BIOS flash drive. And we'll just plug that in, I don't know, over here. Let's get this BIOS updated. Yeah, shall we? We shall. That looks good. Switch. And then we'll do myself in a corner here. Let's turn this bad boy on and see what happens. Fan is a spinning. Remember, on our very first boot, it has to train the RAM and the CPU for that matter. So your first boot could take up to 90 seconds. Charlie Beamer said I should nominate Carey for an Emmy Award. This is by far more entertaining and educational than broadcast television. Well, thank you. I hope so. If this was on TV, I'd be watching TV right now. Oh, let me hit delete. I need to go into the BIOS. Let's see. All right, there's our BIOS. And let me get rid of camera one so we can see. We'll go full screen here. And let's do, we're at version 3.09, advanced mode, tool. Oh, there's an NVMe sanitation tool. Look at that. Instant flash. Suspend BitLocker. We're not using BitLocker. Continue, yes. 704, it finds the update on the flash drive. Update, yes. After pressing enter, the system's going to automatically reboot. Please wait for a few seconds and the BIOS will continue. Click OK. And we're going to leave this on full screen. I'm not touching anything at this point. I leave everything up to the computer. And we need to give this a couple minutes to do its job. Please do not disturb your computer doing a BIOS update. Even if you think something's wrong, be patient, because you can create a problem when you weren't having a problem, just because you weren't patient. So we just keep our hands off the keyboard, hands off the mouse, and give your system upwards of 10 minutes to finish this. Now, in most cases, it'll finish in 3 or 4 minutes, but in other cases, it could take up to 10. That's all normal. If it goes longer than 10 minutes and there's been no motion and nothing's been happening from the screen, maybe wait another 5. And if after 15 full minutes of no activity and it appears frozen, you have little choice but to shut it down. You should never find yourself in that position. If you're patient enough, the system will likely recover from whatever it's doing if you leave it alone. And in very, very unusual circumstances, there may be a time where the system freezes and you have no choice but to power it off. But if you power it off, it may never, ever come on again. So you've got to keep your fingers crossed when you power that off that it's going to come on when you turn it back on. Because if it doesn't, you're going to be sending your board back to the manufacturer for warranty repair. And your build is going to be postponed for a couple of weeks until you get a new board replaced or board fixed, whichever they do. Bob R said that background should be wallpaper for Windows. I wonder if they offer it. It'd be kind of a cool wallpaper for the build, wouldn't it? I'm going to grab a cold Gatorade while we're watching the grass grow here. And yeah, let me come back over here, see what I'm missing over in the chat room. Let's clear up some of this mess behind me. Let's see. Does that board have BIOS flashback? I do not think so. BIOS flashback is typically something you see on really high-end boards. This is not a high-end board. Well, it is a Z790, which is the high-end chipset, if you will. BIOS flashback will typically be found on boards at the $400 and above price point. This is a $200 board. So as far as I know, it does not have BIOS flashback. I think BIOS flashback, that term is owned by ASUS. I think other manufacturers that have that ability have to call it something else. Bob R says, yes, the wallpaper is available. Well, there you go. There you go. You've answered your own question. So right now it says no signal. That's because the machine is rebooting, and it still may be updating the BIOS, or it may be finishing. It's hard to know until you see what happens. It looks like it's loading an operating system. Maybe I had an operating system on that flash drive I plugged in there. That's what it appears to be doing anyway. Yeah, apparently this was from another build. So I would have to do a clean install on it, but I think it's good enough for today, since that I'm going to reinstall Windows anyways. I don't need to do that now, and that can save us some time here in the video. I just want to make sure that we do have that latest BIOS installed. And so one way that I can do that, and also I want to reset BIOS defaults anyway. I want to go back into the BIOS. Now I know the BIOS is done. And we'll hit delete here. Let's take a look. Arnold says there are boards under $400 with BIOS flashback. Yes, there are, but you'll find I think there's a misunderstanding where people take words literally and they don't understand the concept of what I'm explaining. There's no way possible for me to tell you all exceptions all the time, or I'm going to spend an hour and a half answering one question. So I appreciate your understanding of comprehension. When you're buying a board at a certain price point, it is almost guaranteed to have BIOS flashback. And once you hit that $400 price point, almost universally, you're going to have it. That doesn't mean that's the only way you're going to get it. But if it's something you're looking for and you have nothing to go by, look at the price. Otherwise, you can study every single make and model from every single manufacturer to identify if a cheaper model from a specific manufacturer is available that meets your needs. But that makes the answer awfully wordy. So, again, I appreciate that you understand the specificity of the answers that I give are going to be in general related to the specificity of the question. So in general, it's just something to watch for or to expect. You shouldn't need BIOS flashback on an Intel board unless it's a higher end CPU board anyway, because for the most part, Intel keeps changing the socket with every other generation of chip. It's not like the AMD situation where they use the same socket for years. That holds AMD back because they do that. So I would much prefer Intel changes the socket so that we can continue to evolve the technology and the capacity and the capabilities of the machines. And the only way you can do that is by adding more data lanes and traffic lanes. Can't do that when you have a fixed number of pins. And so those BIOS updates get really important on AMD boards because you can have a board that's several years old with a brand new just released processor. And you need to be able to flash it in order to be compatible. But with Intel, for the most part, you don't really have that problem unless you're up into the higher end Socket 2000 series chips, generally speaking. Mondog said this motherboard has an upgraded video output for the display port. It's called EDP. Can you give us your thoughts on this upgraded display port? No, I have never heard of EDP before. You're looking at details that I don't have any interest in. I don't use DisplayPort myself. Some business clients I do use DisplayPort, but they would not see any benefit from having a more enhanced one. But I'm sure you can Google EDP and read all about it. Or maybe somebody in the chat can explain it to you, but it's of no use to me personally. It's not anything I'm interested in or anything I will use. Okay, so we're done. I think we're done with the BIOS flash. I got distracted. I want to go back into the BIOS. Let me do this again. Let me do this again. I want to reset that BIOS back to defaults just to make sure when we do our install later that we're not going to have anything holding us up or preventing us from getting Windows 11 installed. And also I want to verify we have the version. Let's see, F2. I want to make sure we have the right version of BIOS now. Yeah, 7.04 is what it says up here. And we can turn on the expo settings. I can remember how I did that before. I think that was under advanced and under DRAM configuration. Expo profile. There we go. That'll run us at 6,000. Then we will load setup. Where's our defaults? Load UEFI defaults. That just reset my RAM again. Did that in a backwards order there, Carey. CPU chipset. Where was it? Overclock tweak. Load expo setting, profile 1. Okay. Set it. Then save changes and exit. There we go. Perfect. Zvi Manor says EDP is the screen you installed earlier in the back. Oh, is that what they're calling that little connector soldered onto the motherboard is EDP? Oh, well, I knew it had a name. I just didn't know that's what they called it. Thank you, Zvi. Roy says, are display ports more for gaming or basic commercial use? It's up to the user, whichever they want to use. Okay, so operating system loaded, looks good. Right click and go to system. Make sure everything looks good here. 32 gigs of RAM, yes. 13500, yes. And well, it says 2.5, this will turbo to 4.8. So it's pretty impressive. Windows 11 Pro, all that's good. Again, I'll do a reinstall of this Windows 11. We're not going to keep this one. This probably came from some mini PC or something. And I'm going to change that drive to a 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive when those arrive tomorrow. So for all intents and purposes, we can move forward with getting the motherboard installed into the case. So I'm just waiting for this to shut down. Then I'm going to hit the power switch here. Done with my BIOS flash drive and saved a lot of time not having to install Windows. Everything looks like it's happy. It's whisper quiet. And plug this. I need to take the USB port out of here because that will, oh, I guess that wouldn't get in our way, would it, when we install this because the IO shield's already attached. But that's okay. I'm going to take it out anyway. I want to set this stuff over to the side. And then I need to take these power connectors off here and here. And this out of our way. Let me just put this back over here. And then I need to get, see, this HDMI port needs to go. And I need to set this out of the way momentarily because I need a big space on my desk for the case. I guess that should be well enough out of the way, right? I think so. Okay. All right. We ready for the white version of the NZXT H7 Flow case? I know I am. Same case we just had up. The only difference is its color. There we go. Take that off. Take this side off. Go. That panel will go down first. It's our box of mounting hardware. Front port umbilicals, I'll leave those there for right now. I guess I can put the power supply in. This is the documentation for the case. That goes into the motherboard box with the rest of the documentation for the other hardware. And I was looking for a power supply. There we go. Same power supply as yesterday, and it just so happens I had two of these. This is the NZXT 750 modular power supply. I think these were $135 when I bought them. Let's see here. I'm quickly running out of room on my desk. I really need a bigger bench. David likes the white case, huh? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to look with the purple board, but there's one way I know for sure it's going to look, and that is to put it together and take a look at it. Okay. Inside, we have documentation that's going to go in the motherboard box. Let's see if I can find somewhere, set this down. And it's packaged like this on the inside with the power supply right here, and then all our cables in this purple bag. So we'll take the purple bag out, set it up here for now. Silica gel. Put that over there. Foam. That over there. And the power supply is in this little fabric bag for some reason. I don't understand. And that's it. That's all that's in that box. We'll throw that over there. That can go with it. This stupid thing can go recycle bin with the rest of that crap. In here, let's see. Modular cables for peripherals, of which we shouldn't need any of these, but I don't need them in the bag. Screws to screw in the power supply. This is going to be our main motherboard power cable and CPU power cable. And we'll hook those up before we put the power supply in this time. It's a CPU power. I need a second CPU power. It's also a normal power cable to plug the power supply in to a wall outlet. Everything else we're not using on this build. Except for one other CPU 12-volt EPS cable, which is one of these two. It's this one here. This is for graphics card power. They give you two for graphics card power. Okay, that's the rest of the cables there. So what we want to do to prep this power supply before we install it is I'm going to plug in big 24-pin cable here. It's split into two on the power supply side and just one on the motherboard side. And then on the CPU power, it's the opposite. It's one connector on the power supply and it's split into two on the motherboard side. And those two that are split like that, those go towards the board. This end that says PSU goes towards into the power supply. And the power supply has the little plug socket here labeled labeled CPU. And then we need two of these. So we'll use this one up here on top. And we'll use This one here on the bottom. Those are the only two they give you. Can't have more than that. All the other available sockets for plugging in things like hard drives, solid state drives, fans, RGB, liquid coolers, all that stuff. So you still have 4 regular SATA power plugs, which each probably have 2 or 3 connectors on the cable. And then 2 of the other 4-pin plugs for PCIe, which is your graphics card. And you usually get 2 plugs on each one of those for a total of 4. So that would feed a pretty hefty video card. So in short, this power supply should accommodate almost all video cards, except maybe the latest 4090s, maybe, that you might want to go to 850. But otherwise, this should be. I like how the fan power cable on this model is a white cable for that rear fan. And the rear fan is white too. That's a nice touch. And the front fans are all white. On the black case, that's all black, including the cable. It's very interesting. I like that attention to detail. I'm going to go ahead and slide this in here. We want the fan facing down. Make sure we don't have any stickers under here, do we? No, there's no stickers or anything under here. Fan faces down. Just slide that in place. Got our bag of screws right here we're going to use. And got my driver. Let's go ahead and secure this power supply in position. Just want to get them started here. You go about 1 inch away from this top corner. This hole is here if you were to mount the power supply the other way around, and then we'd go 1 inch away from the bottom corner here. You do one or the other, not both. That's just there to accommodate either power supply orientation. I like the power supply fan to face down. That's the way they intend it. In some cases, you can't do it that way, and in other cases, people have their own personal reasons. I like to do it using a technique I call the right way, but that's not for everybody. Some people don't like doing things the right way. All right, let's see. Just turn these, I'll tighten these by hand. Those are pretty shallow screws to hold that pretty heavy power supply. There we go. That's not going anywhere. And then that's our switch to put it into where the fan won't spin unless it needs to spin. I like that. I don't want the fan spinning all the time if it doesn't need to be. It's just drawing air and dust in. Yes, this is now going to be in our way, so set that over here. And we're going to set this case down onto its side. I need to add extra standoff that they give us in that box right there, because this motherboard has 4 screws that go in on the left side of the board. Usually it's only 3. But NZXT does give you a spare standoff for those rare motherboards that do that. So in the box here, we've got all the screws we need, along with the spare standoff and the screws we're going to need to mount the motherboard into the standoffs that are already pre-installed. These are 2 2.5-inch drive bay slots, so if you want to hang 2.5-inch SATA drives off the back of the motherboard tray, you'll use those. And then there are some nylon zip ties included, and that's just junk. And then these just separate. Whoops. Didn't mean to split that one open. Oh, split that one open too. That's all right. Just reuse some of those Ziploc bags I got. And I'm going to move this over here so I can get a closer look at each bag with my glasses on. And let's see, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm missing one. Yeah, these bags are all splitting. That is not ideal, so I'm going to use my scissors. There's my 4th screw there. Now this is the standoff I needed, so that bag can go. Done with those. These are screws for adding more case fans, which we are not going to do, but all the spare screws we're not using are going to go into the motherboard box so the customer can have them. And in that little Ziploc bag I had left over, I'll put these 4 hex head screws in there. They give you those for your power supply, but the power supply came with their own, so they'll just go in the motherboard box for who knows when, if they'll ever get used. And the little standoff, it's got to go down here. So I don't use this little standoff tool. In fact, I'll stick that in the bag with the screws I just put away. But that's just a socket tool that enables you to use your Phillips screwdriver instead of a proper socket wrench. I prefer to use the socket wrench myself. So I'm going to grab one of those out of my drawer. Where is it? Should be right up front here. Somehow walked its way to the back. That's it. Don't over tighten it. Strip the standoff right out of the back of the motherboard tray. So you just make them snug, just a little bit beyond snug, a little bit, because you don't want the screws to back out the standoff when you're taking the board out in some future date. And this bag right here, these are 6 by 32. So I'm told the 32 means there's 32 threads, and they're 5 millimeters. Okay. Just take a little corner off of this bag. We're going to need a bunch of these. This motherboard has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mounting holes. And the center mounting hole is just a post that NZXT gives you to keep the motherboard centered in place. So you don't put a screw in the center hole, but you will put one in all the others. And this is a good time to wire tie that wire now that before I mount this in the case, because this would be very difficult to cable manage once we're inside of here. So let me just take a minute right now. That over there. And put my glasses back on here. I also want to cut this little tag off because it bothers me. Get rid of that. Away. And nylon zip tie, probably 2 of those. This is the one cable you definitely want to tidy up before you put your motherboard in the case. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Oh, okay, it's got to go this way. So essentially, I'm just looping the cable over itself here in an attempt to take up that slack. And then use a nylon zip tie to hold that in that position for us. Get that started a little bit, and I lost my grip on the cable, so up a little. Redo this the way I wanted it. Now, don't wait too long. Start cinching this down. Same thing here. The other end of it, and that'll keep it nice and tidy looking. Sometimes I'll grab needle nose pliers to cinch up these nylon zip ties, make sure they're tight. Cut the pigtails off. And now, as you can see, that cable right there looks a lot cleaner. All right, let's see. See here, a little bit. Make some room on my desk. This gets way too tiny for this kind of work, I tell you. So over to me. Pick this up by the heatsink. That's the safest way to carry the board. Lay this down on top, standoffs, but want to bring it in so that the I/O shield faces the back and not the inside of the case. That's better. I'll set that in. Kind of approximate where it goes, and then I can adjust it so that that center mounting hole will find the peg sticking up. When it does, it should kind of seat down a little bit, a couple millimeters down, which it's not doing yet. So I wish this bench was about 4 inches shorter. Knew that when I bought it. Knew this was going to be, there it goes. It was going to be difficult given its height. But it looks like all the other standoffs are all in the right place. Everything looks happy. Yeah. And we'll just start putting these motherboard screws in. We've got 9 of them to install. Hmm. Looks like shouldn't have been tightening these. I was kind of hopeful it's sitting so well that I wouldn't have to make any adjustments, but I got to back these all off a little bit because the motherboard is a little bit crooked and it isn't lining up as it should be. Just to be on the safe side here. Oh, that was way better. Back that one off because I think I have one more to go. I think that will be 9. Yeah. Try this one more time. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. All done. See what that looks like in there. Okay. The rest of these screws we don't need for this build, but the customer or whoever ends up receiving or buying this machine may need them during a motherboard upgrade or repair or something. So we always hold on to these screws. They are unique to the case. Just fold that bag in half and use my stapler, just like we did yesterday, and we'll staple that closed. And that goes in the motherboard box. We're done with it. Okay, we can do some cabling here. Got one of the 8-pin CPU cables here. One of the cables on. Another one here. Push that one through. And right next to the other one up here. Yeah. I'll just run these cables through the little wire management rack or track they have here that I showed yesterday. Let's see. Just look straight. This is just me trying to make it look pretty back here. Hmm. There it is. Okay. And that rear case fan power cable can go up through there. And it can be connected. Where should we put that? Then our 24-pin motherboard power cable, that will route up through here, which I'm not going to worry about right now. And then we're going to plug that right onto the large 24-pin power socket on the motherboard. So I realize you're not getting much of a view here, and I apologize for that, but I do want to get this done today. We've got a little bit of a path ahead of us today, so because this is a duplicate of yesterday anyway, just be repeating what I've already shown. But you see how NZXT makes that cable management just so easy. Then we've got our front port umbilicals to hook up. And that's all in this little bag. Yeah, even the fan cables are white instead of black. That's really clever. Pretty good. Let's see. This cable is going to go through here. Plug in on motherboard right there. That's our set of 3. Then, what else do we have here? This is our audio, front port audio. So that will run all the way along the side. Here. Our front port audio hooked up. Then we have this USB Type-C connector, which they have zip tied to the rest of the front port cables, which I'm not sure why they did. I need to cut that zip tie carefully, not to go through the cable and then end up cutting the cable, because that would be bad. That connector is going to go right up here. Somewhere. There it is. That looks good. Then we have all the fan cables. Oh, our front port power switch, LED. That's all on one connector on an NZXT case, which is nice. And that's just going to plug in right on this top right connector right there. What do I have left? Well, we do have some black cables. Oh, we have the ARGB that plugs into the ARGB section of the board. And then we do have the fan power. So those I'm going to run back over here. Fan power first. We'll plug that in here. And then the ARGB is going to plug in right next to that. So bring that one up Again, being careful, not weaving these cables amongst themselves, because that can make it very difficult to work on in the future. That one's going to go on. So with a little bit of cable management here, we can make this look a lot prettier. It's not too bad, just straight out of the box being put together. I don't think it's too shabby. What do you guys think? That's pretty much done. I think we can fire this bad boy up. Am I forgetting anything? I don't think I am. I never think I am until I realize what I'm forgetting. All right, so back over to our keyboard and mouse. Back up there again. Turn that on. Put the keyboard and mouse in. I need power. This goes in the motherboard box. And power. Let's see, HDMI. That here. And let's see. There's my power and my internet wires. All tangled around each other. Okay, plug that in there. That one in there. And we'll flip that switch on. We get some RGB lights here. Hit the power button. Fans are turning. RGBs and RGBing. And if I step around and go to my HDMI input, in time it took me to load, to make that settings change in OBS, it already booted into Windows. Whisper quiet. Paul O'Brien contributes €5. He says, I have to say the purple really stands out in the white case. That's interesting, isn't it? Thank you, Paul. Thanks for the contribution. Let's see. Yeah, you like this better with the white case, do you? Let's see. Got about 315 of you watching live right now. Hope you're having a good Saturday today. It's full screen. I can't see what that little window says. Do you want to one-step install the latest drivers? I'm going to say no to that because we're going to do a reinstall later when I get the 2 terabyte drive in, which should be in sometime tomorrow. So with that being done, the next thing is to hook up that screen. So we're going to shut this down. All this is happy, looks good. Shut down. Back over to OBS. Full screen. Camera 1. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. So I'm going to come over here. Let's just pick this all up over here. Right now. And then we'll grab our side panel, which we're going to have to take all the plastic off of that. The side panel is not smoked like the black case, right? Because the black case, they block it all out. So obviously our screen will probably appear brighter through here. Set that down. Okay. We have our ASRock 13.3-inch side panel kit right here. I'm assuming the way that they've got these on here is the way they want you to install them, and they don't have these little flaps coming out the same side like they show on the documentation. Or do they? No, they come out opposite sides, just the way I did it. And that's how they packaged it. It's like this. So I think I did it correctly. That's what I think. And then the rest of what's in here is same as before. Documentation. Our cable. Our vertical mounting hardware. These are just cable management tabs that you can stick on to want to clean your cable management up when you're done. And then finally the rubber pads. And that's all that's in the box. That's all she wrote. Okay. Woo, Uncle Carey is thirsty. Larry Wood made a $20 super chat contribution. Thank you for that, Larry. I think I missed it. Thank you for your continued support of the channel, my friend. I think I got everybody. Did I miss anybody's contribution? Did anybody contribute while I wasn't paying attention? Let me know. So I need to do this facing this way. Sorry, guys, but I need to see. So if this is going to go on this way. Yeah. That's how that's going to go on. Tape measure. We're going to go in the middle, right? That's what we all like, just the middle. That adhesive, that's sticky. It ain't coming off. We said about 3.5 inches. It's 3.5. It's 3.5. Okay, so I'm going to peel this one. Yep. That tape. I'm going to very gently set this down because I don't want it to stick. Gentle. I'm just guessing where center is here, so let's see. Ooh. Gotta go a little that way. Kidding me? I barely rested it on there, man. Come on now. Well, you know what? The good news is it really does need to go over. Wow, that is stuck good. Holy cow. I was so gentle with it too. Wow. Wowie wow. Hold on, I think it's coming up. Zoinks. Easy. Just need it moved over a little bit. And half there. Just a smidge that way. It's going to happen. I think we're going to be close enough for government work on this one, folks. I think that's going to be all right. I do wish I could smidge it over just a little bit. Oh, it's coming up. Okay. Just want to go a little bit like that. Very, very minor little correction there. One more check. Three and a half. Half. Works for me. Up for a minute. Press this down. Now, it better be right. This one, we'll go ahead and peel the tape on it. Something like that. I shouldn't measure it again because I'm not moving it. Wherever it is where it's going to stay. I was a little worried that the bottom was angled, but I think if it is, it's very minor. Hope it's not crooked. What? Probably want to take the tape off the front of the screen before I lock this in. That. Yeah. We need, let's see, this stuff goes in the motherboard box. Station goes in the motherboard box. Small end of the cable goes towards the monitor, or into the back of the monitor, I should say. It's got a little closing mechanism here, so we're going to put that in. Delicate small connector, similar to the ribbon connectors you see on laptops. Doesn't want to slide in like the other one did. Looks like it's on there now. And then this side, I got to step around here to reach that. This one will go. Let's put that power off. There. Manage this a little bit later because we don't want it to be tightened where it can't loosen up, you know, to have the panel removed. Well, I suppose there's one downside of having it all clear glass like that, is you can really see the tape holding it around the edges. But let's turn it on. See what it looks like. And I'll do something to hide that extra cable back behind the screen. There we go. Hopefully we'll see an ASRock logo on here. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward install. It's pretty easy. Those connectors are a little delicate. You got to be precise with those. You don't want to break them. And let's see. Yeah, there's our desktop. Not sure I'm digging that in white because of the way the tape is so visible on the screen, but all right. And that's the whole build, just like that. A little bit of cable management on this side, but very minor. RGB's all hooked up and working. Fans are all hooked up and working. Everything's happy. And then, of course, I'll figure out how I'm going to wrap that cable so that it can stay loose to take the side panel off, but at the same time, kind of keep it coiled and tucked away so it's back behind the screen and we don't see that black cable. Does anybody have any questions? It's the whole build. Like I said, I'll put those fanxiang 2 terabyte Gen 4 drives in. They should be here tomorrow. And so both the black and the white case, I guess we can put them side by side while we've got them. This one. And there's this one. Twins. This one's on the pedestal, so it looks a little taller. Which one do you like better? Black one or the white one? Michael likes the black one better. I think I like the black one better too. I mean, the white one's not bad. It's not bad. I think the black is more stealthy. Joe likes the white better. Taro likes the black one better. Carlos likes the black one better. Marlena likes the white one better. Viper likes the white. Dr. Bill, the PC guy, likes white. Martin likes white. Tim likes white. David likes white. White is in the lead. Paul O'Brien likes white. Trollington likes the black. Joe Corinder, black. Don Ho likes the black. Bob R likes the black. Zero Core likes the black. Flipper Flop likes the white. Easy Otter likes the white. Paul 1961 likes the black. Dave E likes the black. Luke likes the black. Joe says, I'll take the purple case. Joe's watching a different video than us. Let's see, black from Red Dragon. Karen Rice likes the white. Fred Sunderman likes the black. Gary Tatum likes the black. Some guy over 40 likes the white. Mark Gaines likes the white. Piter likes white. Chris likes the black. Vital Visions likes the black. Scott likes the black better. Tom Grady likes the white. Dustin likes the black. Mr. Rick likes the black. Mike Yazzie likes the black. Dan Nelson and Safari 360 like the white. Les Stevenson likes the white. Jeffrey likes the black. Paul Kitching likes black. Captain Blinsky likes the black. Captain Phantom Nerd, black. Oldman 55, black. Rotiva likes the black. Paul Howe likes the, I think black is in the lead. Nick Poverman says the black looks better with the screen, but the white without the screen would be much better. I don't know. Because there's really nothing to see. If that glass was smoked, I think it'd be a lot better if they smoked the glass on the white one. Well, your card likes the black. Frank Jimmy likes the white without the LCD screen. John Gardner prefers the black one. Gil Garcia likes the white one. Philip Jones likes the white. Gilberto Gonzalez likes both, but the white is his favorite. Jamie McGregor, black with the white side panel. Hey, we could do that. I think this swap the panels. Scott Maxfield likes the black. Phil Hoffman likes black. Tiny Woods says, hands down, the black. Ian Carr, black looks better, he says. Marsman likes black. Santa Claus likes the black. Flipper Flop has put a poll you can click on. It looks like black is in the lead. It looks like it's about 2-1 are preferring black to white here. If you're standing up for the white, speak up. Dante Charles likes the black. Diesel Doctor likes the black. Santa Claus likes the black. Eddie Casanova likes the black. This computer just went to sleep on me over here. Some of you are saying the black one with the white side panel. I think that'll look terrible. Should have said something to me before I cabled up the monitors, because it's not, now I have to disconnect the monitors to move those panels. Viper says black tinted glass on the white case. Yeah, that's what I think too. I just can't even see me anymore. Okay, well, let's see. We're at 3:45. That makes today's video falls under my 3-hour time limit. And that enabled us to finish up the black build and completely do the white build from scratch. Just save some time not having to do the operating system. And then tomorrow, when the NVMe drives come in, I'll pull the drives out of these and put those fanxiang's 2 terabyte Gen 4 drives with a nice clean install of Windows 11. I will buy product keys from my friends over at VIP CDK Deals. I buy a Windows 10 product key and I use that to activate a Windows 11. Windows 10 Pro product key because it's cheaper. And then I use that product key for the very first and only time to activate Windows 11 Pro. And then that key will stay activated to that motherboard forever. That's you never have to enter the product key again. You don't have to have a Microsoft account. Even if you did a wipe and reinstall, the only time you'd have to buy a new product key is if you tried to reuse that product key and it worked, then you'd lose the ability to have it stay on that board. Or if you change the motherboard. But if you change anything else, the key should stay attached for life to the main board. If you ever change your motherboard, you got to buy a new license key, generally speaking. Generally speaking. And then there's links to discounts for Microsoft Windows and Microsoft Office. Those keys are guaranteed to work. They are 100% legal, 100% legitimate, and guaranteed. Just use the name Carey as your discount code. You get 30% off. That means like a Windows 10 Pro product key is like $15.90. Andy said, isn't the screen on the side panel to show CPU temps? No, it's to do whatever you want it to do. There's no rules. You don't have to use it for one thing. Use it for whatever come on, you got to have a better imagination than that, Andy. I mean, if that's all you want to do with it is just show temps on it, have at it. It's a full color monitor. I could watch myself on YouTube over there. Flipper Flop says 56% prefer white. So white is in the lead over on Flipper Flop's a poll that he's taking. If you click the link, you can vote in his poll. Marsman said, I purchased from Amazon today. I used your link to buy a TEAMGROUP 2 terabyte NVMe Swift. Can you tell me the difference that would be for the different TEAMGROUP from that page? I'm sorry, I don't know their product line. No idea. Diesel Doctor says hello to chat everywhere, everyone watching. Luke Greeny thinks the poll was fixed. Recount. Yeah, so there you go. There's our 2 builds, identical twins. And one of these has a home and the other doesn't. I'm not shipping these anywhere. These are for local purchase only because the screen, I'm afraid, would potentially come off in shipping and cause damage. But you can easily build one yourself. I've already shown you how. You've got the parts list. Everything's listed in the video notes below the video. And you can see it was very easy to put it together, and the cable management on these NZXT cases, regardless of what you build. If you buy an NZXT case, and they really should be a sponsor here because I'm really hyping them up, but they make my life easier. They make my job easier with that one connector that has the power switch, power LED, hard drive LED reset switch. Just pop it on. I like that we have the Type C in the case. Not all cases do. Of course, the motherboard has that Type-C header, so we can utilize all the ports. Nothing gets left behind. And then, of course, the ARGB fans are compatible with the ARGB built into the motherboard. So using the motherboard's ASRock's RGB software, we control both the lighting underneath the board and the lighting on these fans is all synchronized together. So stock Intel CPU fan looks good and works well, and it's quiet. Who knew? CPU 13500, it's an i5. It's fast. And it was $209 if you missed that sale. Check back daily to see the next time it goes on sale. If it's done it once, it'll do it again at some point. Could be on sale tomorrow, could be on sale next month. I don't know. Amazon does their Prime Day typically in July, so that's coming up. And then I wanted to remind you over at the Amazon deals page, if I pull that up, there's some specials going on today that I think are pretty good. Let's see what you guys think. Over at amazon.com/shop/Carey Holzman, I have a store here called Deals Now. Check out some of the prices on this stuff. Western Digital Black, the SN850X, which is my personal favorite 4 terabyte Gen 4 NVMe drive on the market. This is what I use myself. They're normally $399. They're $349 today. Or go to Western Digital directly and shop their site for the Western Digital SN850X. And you can order it directly from Western Digital themselves on sale. $299.99. And if you add it to your cart, I think you get a free flash drive. Yeah, you can get a free SanDisk, because SanDisk is owned by Western Digital. 64 gig flash drive in black or in the silver. Kind of two different designs. This has the little blade that comes out, and this one doesn't have a cap or anything. But either one of these, you can choose which one you want for free, and that comes included in that price of $299 for that 4 terabyte. So a better deal than what's at Amazon. And continuing over to Amazon, that Crucial P3 500 gig drive that I used in today's build, that's $26.99. And then, let's see, whatever that is seems to be sold out. Look at the prices here. 1 terabyte for $37.99. Here's the 4 terabyte. Boy, the price keeps dropping. This was $198. You can now get a 4 terabyte Gen 3 for $189.99. What a bargain. The 2 terabyte drive is only $79.99. The fanxiang, the drive I'm using, the price went up. Now they're $95 for some reason for that S880. You can get an HP branded 4 terabyte NVMe for $249, which doesn't sound like such a good deal when you can get that Western Digital drive for $50 more with a free flash drive. Here's a 2.5-inch TEAMGROUP SATA drive, 4 terabytes, $176. These Scythe coolers very rarely go on sale. The black edition is usually $65.99. It's $58.99 today. The 1 terabyte SanDisk Extreme Pro USB 3.2 flash drive. My favorite flash drive of all my flash drives. I've got about 10 of these. $116.99. They were $170, so $116 is a great price. Here's a 512 gig TEAMGROUP NVMe drive for only $20.99. Are you kidding me? Here's a 2 terabyte silicon power drive for $80. Another TEAMGROUP 2 terabyte drive. This one is $76. Here's an ADATA 2 terabyte drive for $87. Here's a Crucial P3 500 gig Gen 3, $25. That's it. Oh wait, was there more in here? Show more. External SSD USB here for $140. That's 2 terabytes. The Samsung Shield. That's ruggedized. It's a good deal. some mini PCs. Here's a PNY 1 terabyte SATA 3 2.5-inch drive for $34.15. Are you kidding me? The Samsung 990, the latest, is on sale. Right now it's on deal at $161.37. It's one of the fastest 2 terabyte Gen 4 drives, at least in the Samsung family. That doesn't really get any better than the Samsung 990 Pro. Samsung does not make 4 terabyte drives. The TEAMGROUP RAM, you can get 2 sticks of 16 gigs each, 3200 speed. So 32 gigs total for just $58.99. That's the cheapest I've seen it. This is the cheapest I've seen the Samsung 970 EVO Plus. It's 2 terabytes Gen 3. It's only $110.75. You can get a Wi-Fi 6 card that you can plug in and add to your computer for just $28.99 that also has Bluetooth. This is just a little Wi-Fi adapter with an antenna on it. It's super tiny, not very fast, but it'll get you connected. It's only $16.99. And the 4 terabyte Samsung T7 Shield. See, Samsung makes a 4 terabyte 2.5. They just don't make a 4 terabyte NVMe. But look at the price, $219. That's 4 terabytes, and that's ruggedized, and it's USB. So it's great for backups. You know, got a lot of data you can store on there, 4 terabytes. So some really, really good deals going on at Amazon right now. And you'll find this page once again by going to amazon.com/shop/Carey Holzman. And that link is in the video notes below the video. Some really good deals going on today. Holy cow. So I wanted to make you guys aware of those because they're very short deals. Either the products sell out or the price goes back up, usually within a day or two. So if you were thinking about it, I'd say order it. And with everything you buy from Amazon, if you should decide you've changed your mind, you can always return the product within 30 days. Just make sure you return everything, and it's free to return. Great peace of mind. That way you don't have to worry about missing out on a great deal because you couldn't make up your mind. Just get it. And then after you get it, if you have buyer's remorse, send it back. And let's see, are there any other last things here? Joseph Jarstorfer contributes $5. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, that Western Digital Black SN850X is just $77.99. Don't be afraid to go buy it directly from Western Digital. They're obviously a reputable seller. Donald Goffinitz says, hello from Southern Indiana. I built my computer 3 years ago with your advice. I'm not a gamer, but I have 800 gigs of pictures. It's a 200R case with a Gigabyte X570, a Ryzen 7 3700X with an EVGA 700 watt power supply, a Samsung M.2, and a DVD drive. Yeah, well, that's a rock solid system you got there. Carlos says, great job, Carey. Hey, thank you, Carlos. Thanks for hanging out with me. And yeah, that's going to bring us right to about 4 o'clock. What perfect timing. So I want to say a shout out and a thank you to all of the members and all my friends in blue, as well as everybody who hung out with us today in the live chat. And I want to say thank you again to all the contributors. So Robert Hooper, Rick Lakes, Thomas Tidwell, Bike Man, Buster, also known as Peter Laycock, John Inglis, Perusian Kalustian, Paul O'Brien, Wilhelm Gordon, Dan Nilsson, Larry Wood, DJ Big Red, David Graham, Paul O'Brien again, and of course, just recently, Joseph Jarsterfer. Thank you guys so much for helping support this channel so I can continue to bring this kind of content here to the world. You guys make that possible with your support. And especially the members, we do a video every Monday at 1 o'clock that's for members only. And those videos are never, ever made public. And it's just a special treat, a benefit of membership that encourages people to help keep me from making commercials for companies. You know, All those big million+ subscribing tech channels, they're all just making big advertisements you're watching. I'm a real tech doing real work, doing real builds, sold to real customers where I have to warranty them in real life, and I have a real business I can lose. So I'm just trying to bring you something different, but at the same time, I am financially hindered by what I can bring you and how often I can bring it to you. So for those who contribute, please know that when you see the contributions coming in, it's because of those people that you got to watch the video for free. The YouTube money is terrible. One of these computers would likely be a whole month's income of YouTube. So income has to come from other places, or I have to just do vlogs or cooking videos or find a cheaper type of video to make. So in the meantime, folks have been very generous lately. And the good news is that leaves us a lot of content on the table. So we've got some networking videos coming up. We've got the Cube build on Friday. Mitch will join us Friday at 1 o'clock. Always live, Friday at 1 o'clock. And I will follow up with that repair that I started. Maybe I'll do a follow-up on that tomorrow, if all goes well. Of course, members only video Monday at 1 o'clock. And hopefully Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I'll have some videos around 1 o'clock, but I'm not sure yet. The only way you're going to know is you got to subscribe and turn notifications on. And if you like videos like this, hit the thumbs up button and let me know. And thank you guys for hanging out, participating in the chat room and being cool, being kind, being friendly. That certainly takes less stress off of me. It certainly makes it more enjoyable for me. So thank you for that. Thank you for that gift of kindness. I will see you all again very, very soon. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Bye for now. Oh, of course, thank you to Camera Girl for the thumbnail for today's video. All right, guys. Bye for now.